Is this better? Okay, now I can see my voice. Sorry about that. I was gonna say, Cappy Cap, I'm so happy you can be here on time right now. It is quite nice. We hadn't... The stream just moved. For you guys, the stream just moved. Yeah, we were going for extra quiet today. It's the practice of, like, how good are you at lip reading? I know. I am a veteran streamer, but... Which reminds me, I haven't put the game on, so when we switch over to gameplay, you're not gonna see the game, and I'm not gonna turn it on. Here, we are professionals, and we are always prepared for the streams, you know. Anyway, the stream has moved an hour, I think, for you guys, or for some of you guys, because of the daylight saving. But me, it's still in the same time. But I know for some of you, it has shifted. In one direction? Like, either forwards or backwards? I don't know. I could have done this whole stream in Icelandic, and you guys wouldn't have known. That would be one hell of a stream. Just immediately go like, oh, hi, það svo gaman að sjá ykkur. Oh, vonandi verður streami í dag æðislegt. Við ætlum að spila Final Fantasy. You know, you understood all of that, didn't you? It's same time for you guys in the essence, just the numbers that change. Yeah, I know, it's the number shifting. This is odd. But for me, we don't do the daylight saving, even though like Iceland really should, because our time, like our sunlight is off, and we are also just technically in the wrong time zone compared to where we're located, because we are technically, like as a country, we are one time zone over from Britain. But for some reason, we try to share a time zone with them. But they then do the daylight saving, and we just go like, nah. Why? Why do that? We're already pretty fucked already, so why don't just stay with it as it is? So in short, our time is always bad, and our whole country is pretty much sleep deprived. It's great. But yeah, today we're going to be doing a 6.1. I've been very excited. I know the first quest is called Newfound Adventure, and I have seen on the website like a continuation of Newfound Adventure and stuff like that. So I'm excited to see what this Newfound Adventure is, because this has to be the start to a new story. Different from the other expansions where we have... pardon me. Different from the other expansion where like patch 6.1 and 6.2 and I think 6.3 are all like part of the story. We've kind of finished the story in just the starting, so now they have to make a new one. Yeah, I might do 6.1 or I might not, depending on which path I'll pick. I think I'm gonna finish 6.1 and we're gonna do the raid next time. So I'm gonna need you to help me stick to that, please. So we can have a raiding next time. Because it's very easy for me to get distracted, and that's not good. So, 6.1 today. Raid, the 24-man raid is gonna be next week. And I would love to have you guys join me and help me do that. Me distracted? Never exactly. Never. That would never happen. I am never distracted. I am the picture of focus. How I can work as a teacher just blows my mind. I shouldn't be able to, because I am always distracted now. Oh, cupcake. I need to put now I want cupcakes. Why did you have to say cupcake? No, I want cakes. I need to turn on the game. Game capture. That's what I need. That's what I need. We're not playing a Plague Tale right now. We're playing Final Fantasy. There we go. Oh, what is the time in Eorzea right now? Oh, okay, it's like... It's not handy time. Oh, I've been playing with my minions as of late. I got this little friend. Look at this cutie. He's a shaky shoat. He's like a baby pig. Everything is always so big compared to me. Like, everyone has a minion and it's like, oh, I have like this tiny minion. And I'm like, no, I have just a full-grown animal next to me. In comparison. But it's cute. Sadly, I can't really have minions that sit on my head anymore because, well, they would be impaled by my ears and my crown. So, ground minions. Ah, true. At 24 people raid, I have more people to heal. Oh, talking about healing, I was doing a level 90 dungeon yesterday, and I had a tank who could not keep aggro at all. It was amazing. It was like magic. He had the tank stance on. He was doing damage. And the boss was killing everybody else but him, and I don't know why. And I'm really curious of like why that happened. So he started with aggro, then he died, I rested him. He went back to doing damage, but he never got the aggro again until all of us were dead. So I just watched the boss go like one member of the party at a time until we all died. Poor guy, he was really struggling. Oh, broken gear, that might be it. Like, it felt like he was really trying, but like nothing was working. I'm guessing the quest is in here? In the Rising Stones? Gosh, it's so empty. I don't like this. Like, we have nobody here, like nobody at all. Is anyone in the Dawn's Respite? Like, I know where everybody, like, I kind of know where everybody went, but it feels so lonely to see Tataru there just alone. Nobody here? Oh, poor Tataru. Was he just here? Did I find the minor science? I have not found the minor science yet, no. Though I haven't been really looking for them, but I know they're out there somewhere. I have found the major science, though. This is nice. Tataru! You look angry. Why are you so pissed off looking? One is in the Kugane bathhouse? Oh, that's perfect. Alright, newfound adventure. Tataru is putting on a pot of tea and looks in need of company. Oh, honey. Melicity, how lovely to see you. If you're not in too much of a rush, I was about to make a pot of tea. Would you like a cup? I can't imagine being the only one left. It has to be so lonely. Take a seat then, and I'll find us something to nibble on as well. Oh. Everybody is like gone to do things. Which is what we've always done. But usually she hasn't had to wait alone. Tataru, are you baking by chance? Also, why are you showing me cakes? Now I want cakes. Also, like, for my warrior of light, I feel really happy that she understands me and gives me cakes.
It's so much quieter these days without everyone around. Not that I'm pining for your return, you understand. I have my sources, and I know that each and every one of you is doing well and keeping busy with your endeavors. Meanwhile, I'm left with a surplus of free time and the question of how to make the most of it.
I mean, clothing business? Wasn't that the plan?
What about you? Any plans for the immediate future?
Well, a grand new adventure, of course. Otherwise, I'm gonna be bored to tears. I've been trying to build your island, but it's not working for me, honey. I need something more.
Traveling to the edge of existence and back wasn't enough? Well, if that's the case, I might have a suggestion for you.
Tataru to the rescue.
You fought bravely and selflessly, helping those in need and saving our star from unimaginable threats. For your deeds, you've been hailed as the champion of Eorzea and a host of other incredible things. But why not put those titles aside for a while? Acquit yourself as a simple adventurer again and travel the world in search of wonder.
Well, they all don't know who I am. That's the problem. I say my name and everyone's like, oh no, the hero of Eorzea is like, oh shit. But you're right. Who knows what mysteries are still waiting to be discovered? There are continents I haven't gone to. Their people should not know me.
That's the spirit. I can feel from here the blazing fire that just lit in your belly. Now, all you need is a destination.
Okay.
If you're having trouble deciding, just leave it to me.
Even better, surprise me.
Thavner. That's where you should go next.
Okay.
I doubt you were able to squeeze in a proper tour of Radzat the last time you were there. What with the burning skies and rampaging monsters and so forth. And I'm sure Vritra would be pleased to see you. Then there's the bounty itself. The Empire's presence in the region was always a deterrent to exploration. So if you've a mind to sail that sea, now's your chance. Just think of all the new experiences you could have.
But I've been there. And they know me.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty?
Oh yeah, ruins.
As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much.
Okay. I'm open for this idea now. I wasn't too keen on just walking around the Radzatan and stuff, but going beneath the Bounty to find some ruins? Yes.
Oh, I know that look. That's an adventurer ready to take on the world. In anticipation of an occasion like this, I was planning to gift you a new set of traveling clothes, but it's still a work in progress.
Oh.
Shouldn't take much longer now though, so sit tight and I'll have the last few bits sewn up before you can finish another cup of tea.
Oh, that's awesome. So she's gonna dress me up. Please make sure it has pockets. I will need pockets. I loot everything. You should see my inventory. It's terrible. That was a very quiet stare. That was like the look of like, yes. Pockets.
Stitch in here and trim in there. Knot the threads with love and care.
Oh.
Just a little more to go. I'm sure you're still brimming with excitement.
Yeah, but I'm wondering why you're embroidering cloth over there.
I'm one with the needle. See how the fabric surrenders to my whims.
See, it's adorable.
Don't worry. I'll make sure the lining has plenty of pockets for all your little treasures. I swear adventurers are worse than children when it comes to hoarding every feather and leaf and animal hide they come across.
Yes. Oh, Tatro is the best.
Oh, we mustn't forget the waterproofing. Gods forbid you forget to disrobe before plunging into the sea, or a river, or a piping hot bath.
I've never not. Yeah, I've. Good thinking. That doesn't look right. That looks like something bad. Newfound adventure. I like that we're immediately introducing a new threat, but that's still like far away from us. It's like a promise of like there is danger awaiting you. But right now, Tatru is awaiting.
You're awake.
Hi.
My apologies. I do get a little carried away with my sewing.
Oh, it's okay.
You seem awfully cheerful. Pleasant dream? Or are you just looking forward to the next chapter of your grand saga? Either way, I promise to provide you with new apparel, and so I shall. If you'll accompany me to the Diamond Forge, we can put the finishing touches on your outfit. Shall we?
Mm-hmm. So we're gonna start the stream by figuring out glamour. I like that. Hey Taya! We are all good today. This looks like it's gonna be like a super happy stream. We're starting off with Tatru dressing us with new outfits. New adventuring clothes. Wait, at the Diamond Forge. Where is the Diamond Forge? Oh, it's like over there. So I'm quite excited for that. Oh, by the way, I got new outfits for Katla. Hold on. Let me summon her. There she is. Hello, cutie. She still has her ears like me because, you know, she's a choco bunny. And it wouldn't be fair if I took her ears off. But I did get her a new outfit that is kind of like pink and blue because it's super pretty. Took me forever to wait for that boss to spawn. But it did spawn eventually. Which was quite good. About like... I decided like if it hadn't spawned in about 5 minutes, I would just go to bed because it was quite late. And then finally it appeared. I was so happy. Observe as Artis refine her piece into a masterpiece. And no napping this time. I only need a moment, you see. Please be pretty. Please be pretty. A little more room in the shoulders. Open up the cuffs. And final adjustments to the hem. All done. Let's see how it looks on the mannequin. Oh. Well, what do you think? Doesn't you scream ready to behold new adventures? Not bad. Oh, you decided to have some lunch and it was a chill Mal stream. That's a perfect use of your Sunday. I'm so glad you approve. You've outdone yourself, Tataru. Thank you. Oh, stop. You'll make me blush. If you really want to thank me, though, I'll ask that you wear this on your travels. Aye, aye. Or at least anywhere lots of adventurers might gather. I'm a walking advertisement. I look at you and famous hero and wonder, where did you purchase those stylish yet practical garments? And before you know it, hordes of new customers will be climbing over each other to place order at Taru's boutique. Sure. This outfit is actually nice. I can hear it now, the merry clink-a-clink of Gil overflowing my coffers. Sweet music to my ears. Oh, I got like a new necklace and everything. Oh, that is pretty. Oh, this is all gonna end up in my... Wait, is this all... Oh, it's all level 1 stuff. Okay, we need to go to our glamour chest. And need to make a new outfit. We're gonna take a detour to Gridania. It is really important. Burgeoning merchant empire aside, you must be excited to start a fresh chapter of your life. New places to go, new people to meet. I often wonder how you remember all of your experiences and exploits without taking at least a few notes. Oh, maybe you should start doing just that. You never know when some odd past detail might become relevant, or if one day you'll take a blow to the head and forget the better part of the past decade. Something to keep in mind in any case. It's not the detour if the game gives you glam as a reward. Oh. Oh. Oh, I love this. Well, we got some reading to do. Because this is a lore stream and this is what we do. So, Taru, Sign of the Seven Dawn, Coin Keeper. Though the signs technically don't exist anymore. Though publicly known as the organizer and receptionist, Taru also serves as Science Coin Keeper, a role she executes with an enthusiastic cunning that borders on the terrifying. Born to Ul'Dan's merchant, the young Taru had everything a Lalafell could ask for, until her family lost it all to bankruptcy. Plagued by debt and still smarting from this abrupt introduction to the harsh realities of the Sultanate, she apprenticed herself to a lapidary at the age of 12, and henceforth supported the household with her meager earning. It was during this period that she met Minfilia, a miner come to sell gems and ore, who would later recruit Taru to oversee the path of the 12's finances. This is perfect, by the way. Just a whole lore journal is... Oh, I love it! Taru in turn resolved to use a newfound position not only to acquire personal wealth, but also to serve others. Indeed, where the path of the 12 relocated to the Waking Sand and her role was expanded to include secretary duties, she used her considerable social acumen to build the relationship and increase its influence. As the organization slowly but surely grew into an association of like-minded and gifted souls, she was instrumental in seeking out potential members blessed with the Echo. This text is so hard for me to read. Like, out loud. I wish it was a little bit bigger. After the 7th Umbral Calamity, when the Path of the 12 merged with the Circle of Knowing to form the Science of the Seven Dawn, Taru continued her tenure as Secretary and Coinkeeper combined. When the political situation in Ul'Dan drove the Science from their headquarters for a time, she journeyed with Alphino and the Warrior of Light to Isgard, that they might then regroup and rebuild the organization. Later she accompanied a contingent of Science to the Far East, where she established ties with the East Alderan Trading Company of Kuganis branch in order to fund local anti-imperial resistance efforts, one of her many laudable ventures on the Scion behalf. Privately, Taru has long regretted her inability to assist her comrades in martial endeavors, and thus sought to train as an arcanist. Alas, those efforts met with misfortune, including the escape of her carbuncle companion, and so she has since resolved to provide financial support through trades such as mining and weaving. In so doing, she has become something of a master artisan, going so far as to establish her own boutique in Old Sharlayan. Yet she always manages to find the time to fashion new outfit for her Scion friends when they stand poised upon the threshold of a journey new. If I right-click it, does it not give you the option for window size? Scale window. Oh, that's better. Thank you. The Science of the Seven Dawn. This secret society was the product of a merge between the Circle of Knowing, led by Louisoix Levier, and the Path of the 12, led by Minfilia Ward, following the 7th Umbral Calamity. Working in concert with the leader of Eorzea, the Science strove to address the myriad problems that plagued the realm, be it godlike primals, the Imperial Garleans, or the scheming Asians. beings who have long shaped history from the shadows. As a means to achieve its objective, the society sought out those blessed with the echo, a mysterious power with a myriad manifestation, the most notable of which was the ability to walk in the memories of others. It was for this reason they extended an invitation to the Warrior of Light. I like that this is like a nice memory collection. On account of their contribution in dealing with several primals and the 14th Imperial Legion, the Science existence became public knowledge. Utilizing their newfound reputation, Alphilo Levier founded the Crystal Braves, which was a terrible name, a military organization intended to pave the way for a unified Eorzea. However, the society's activities had made it the target of monetarist faction of Ul'dah, and an elaborate betrayal by Alphino's presumed allies resulted in the Science being framed for the Sultana's assassination. Though branded fugitives and scattered for time, they eventually learned of plot within a plot that saw the monarchy put into a deep slumber, rather than slain, and succeeded in clearing their names. Their honor restored, the Science went on to become key players in the liberation of Alamico and Doma from Imperial rule, and after helping to avert the final days, they judged their mission fulfilled. So it was that they announced their disbandment, at least outwardly, and retreated from plain sight to labor in secret once more. And then we got the final days. I'm gonna read this one too because, well, I am curious. The final days. This dreadful calamity befell the star in the distant past, when it was known as Etheris. In the shining age, men had the power to manifest anything at will, even living beings, and through this miraculous creation magic, their civilization thrived. One day, however, following a keen sound from the land, their magic ran rampant, giving form to eldritch horror, born of fear and despair. Their blissful lives became a waking nightmare, and mankind was driven to the brink of extinction. The Convocation of 14, the people chosen representatives observed that the phenomenon manifested where the celestial current of the star outermost flow of ether had grown weak and stagnant. In order to address this deficiency, they summoned forth the mighty Zodiac to exert control over the laws of creation. Though this act demanded a high price, the sacrifice of half of mankind's remaining numbers, the vast majority willingly rendered up their lives, and thus were the final days forestalled. Over the intervening millennia, this star-encompassing calamity had faded from memory, but faced with its second coming, as engineered by the Telophoroi, the Science of the Seventh Dawn, embarked upon a desperate quest for the truth. At length it discovered that the ancient named Hermes had created Meteion, a being capable of traversing the great expanse, to ascertain the meaning of life by seeking out other civilizations in the universe. Alas, Meteion and her sister found naught but despair, driving them to conclude life was suffering and death the sole mercy. Fleeing from the edge of existence, they became the Endsinger and proceeded to unleash the power of Dynamis, an esoteric energy set in motion by feelings, to usher all stars to their doom, that life needed not continue in vain. Despite seemingly insurmountable odds, the science held fast to hope, and amidst darkest despair lit the way for their champion, as they confronted the Endsinger and at her nest, and at the end of a fierce battle they emerged triumphant and put an end to the final days once and for all. I like this. Okay, Unending Codex is now available under Collection in the Duty section of the main menu. New entries for prominent terms and characters will be added to the Codex as you progress through the main scenario quests. This is so nice. This is something this game has been missing. So should be here? And the collections? Yes. Oh, that's perfect. Oh, before we go, Glamour. Then I'm gonna go back and talk to Tethru. But yeah, thank you, Taya, for telling me about the window size. I had figured it out like a few months ago, and I had completely forgotten you could do that. But I do remember I increased the size of my glamour window. Not the glamour window, the try-on window. Ugh, my headphones are doing the thing again. I do apologize if we're gonna have audio issues again tonight. Ooh, this is cute. This is really cute. Sorry, distracted for a second. I don't know why they happen. Like, my headphones were fine yesterday. It seems to be something when the computer is under a lot of strain. So if like in-game audio cuts out, not my voice, then that is the audio issue I've been having. I'm wondering if it's like the headphones. I'm gonna have to try to get new ones. Distracted by new clothes on the way to try out new clothes. I mean, if you find new clothes that look nice, you always check them out. I have no idea what the name of the things he just gave me. Was there a headpiece in it? There was a chest piece in it. Arcane. Wayfarer. Okay, we're looking for Wayfarer. Was there any Wayfarer here? No? Wayfarer finger gloves. Maybe down here. Wayfarer boots. No headpiece? That's fine. No pants? Or are they just in my inventory? No? There are no pants in this outfit. But we do get a new earring and a necklace. No pants. That is definitely a surprise. Okay, let me see. Where did I have my Halloween costume? Yeah, I do have a pig head in my inventory. It's been there for a bit. It's just try to ignore it. Is this one? No. Why was it odd? So I'm gonna have to find my own pants at least. Start by finding the boots. So much stuff in here. These are cute boots though. And then I'll find some pants that fit with it. I need more shoes. Yeah, well, I just haven't found a lot of shoes I like. Or that or I just have shoes I like, then I don't need new ones. Like, I kind of like these ones. And I got these ones. And these ones. And these ones. I got good shoes. Obviously, these ones are always quite precious. Okay, we're gonna need some pants. Oh, God, no. Skirt is not a thing. That is unique to something. Fisher, Bonus, White Mage. No. Doesn't show. Don't look right. No. 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 Nope. That doesn't come out right. Ooh, this might work. I could also go with just like something like this. This one has like a little detail here on the side. So I should either go with like slightly, like either skin tight, similar to this, or a little bit more loose, but could be cute. I do know. I want this to be in like a different color. What do I have? No, that's... Wait, what color were the earrings? Because we got some earrings with it. These are kind of cute. I could also go pink with these ones, but they always look too big. This could be a bit too much. Doesn't quite look right. Did you look at the Valentino's earrings at the Mog Station? I will have to do that. It could go like really adventure looking. And dark pants like this. But I would then like these ones to be more brown. It could go something like this. What do you think, Abe? You're usually the one who has like some sense of style. This is cute. Oh, I've bought some sets of the Mog Station for singular pieces. I have. In the Mog Station, I have spent a reasonable amount of money there. I could also use this one. I like this. I'm just struggling with picking color. I like this green one. But I feel like the earring then is like, it stands out a little bit too much. But we could also go with another earring. Or we could go with like, well, I don't really have any good darker green on me. Like I also have this one, which is more blue. We stars match the earring, but I don't know if that's a good thing either. I also have blue things, I think. Oh, this is way too dark. Way too dark. We could also go classic pink, but I don't have a lot of pinks on me. I need to go shop dyes again. I'm like awfully low on my dyes. I usually have like a bunch of them in my inventory. Abe, I need your help. The sylph green? That is kind of cute. I think, like, I've broken my moderator, and I think Abe is somewhere recoiling in horror of my color choices. Either that, or he's like, he's frantically shopping dice, going like, oh dear God, I need to save her. She's doing horrible things. Yes, this kind of works. Sylph green will show blood. True. Are you thinking I should go more red? To hide the blood of the people I'm trying to heal? It doesn't feel like it fits quite well with the earring, though. I could also go like Rollenberry red. And like I say, I do have... Well, I could go like no earrings. Or I could go green with this guy. Though earrings usually don't show much on my character. I do kind of like this color though. I think this might be good, even though the earring doesn't quite match. It's like a little different pop of color. That was supposed to be a good thing, wasn't it, Abe? To have like thing that stands out as different. So if I go like so. Accents are good. So this... This is kind of good. Though now my staff feels like aggressively too intense. So let me see. What do I have for my... Where's my white mage? White mage. Let's see. What do we have? Oh no. This one is obviously always a classic. Do I not have anything that's kinda... Oh. Why do I have this? What the hell? I do not have a singular staff on me that looks good. What did you look like before I glamored you? Am I out of the... What is you? Oh, God, no. Where do I buy the spelling crystals again? I buy them like once every 6 months or so in like the hundreds. And then I just keep them. I haven't run out of the spelling crystals for so long. Wait for... That's a good name. Wasn't it... in the log? Try, then in the log, press try on again, and it should try on the original. Okay. In the chat log. Oh. Okay, so if I go this, and I try on, and here, I get to see the original cane. This was a phoenix, but it's kind of red, so it could work with my outfit. Like, that's not so bad. And then I try it again. Oh, ew, no. I think I might want to go with the ironwood cane, but I need to dispel it, so... Wasn't it... Wasn't it the Dye Keeper who had the glamour crystals? Tailor, jeweler, battlecraft, it was on the other side. Tinkerer. You. Oh no, you just have terrapins. Dark matter, you don't have what I need. Yeah. at 11:15, 11:02. May Santa. In New Gridania. Oh, okay. Thank you. We gotta look the part. I know this is taking time, but we gotta look the part before we go on a new adventure. We're starting something brand new, and we can't do it half-assed. Also, there's a gold seller in my chat, and that's really annoying. Let me see. Report. Real money trading. Yes. It's priorities, exactly. I'm gonna be in cinematics, and I do not want to look bad in cinematic. Ah, you, my favorite person. Okay. Glamour Dispeller. Give me about like 99 of these, please. Why is your price so high, woman? Oh well. Oh, 99 for 49,000. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay. Now. Where the hell is the staff? Gladiator, Dark Knight, Pugilist, Rogue, Dancer, Machine. White Mage, okay. I think it was this one. I'm staying. Now I should be able to test this glamour. This is the right one, right? Yes. Hello, Abe. Looks like a person playing music there. Oh. How do I do the repair? I need to repair. I can't ask you to repair. You can ask you for melts. Follow me. We'll just do it like this. Do I need... I do need to repair my stuff. Let me see. It would be you. Okay, I repaired my stuff. Was there a... What did you want, Abe, though? Because you were standing beside me and you asked me to wait? I don't know where you went. Did you have something for me, or were you just hoping to repair my stuff? Oh shit, I lost him. I have lost you. Oh, you wanted to repair my gear. Yeah, I couldn't figure out how to do it. Anyway, now that we are finally... We are looking the part of a new adventurer. We are going on an adventure. I'm really hoping we get to go to this... this underwater area. Let me see. See what's in here. So you can be super proud, like, I look the part. Tadru has some advice to share with you. As the former receptionist and sometimes intelligence gatherer of the science, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Do not expect juicy rumors to simply fall into your lap. Adventurers rely on gossip, and the best place to pick up information are taverns and markets. At present, you only have a broad destination in mind. When you arrive in Tavernier, I suggest you explore your option at Marriott Mayenn's, the finest drinking establishment in Ratzetan. Charm the employees, and they'll not only point you in the direction of the local tale teller, but also share with you the tricks for loosening their tongues. Now I really must be getting back to running my boutique. Enjoy the journey, Melicity, and my fair fortune to you. Oh, thank you. Alright. Oh, I do kind of match up with Katla. Because I have the green in my earring, like the blue green is the same as in her outfit. And my pink is kind of the same as her pink. That's nice. Okay, to Ratsatan. To go get a drink and gather some information. That's definitely going to be a little bit different from our usual just being told where to go by Tataru. Oh, I like the city. It's so pretty. Oh. Please don't walk on me, big elephant. I am very small. I don't think I will recover if you step on me. Good music. Oh yeah, there's an etherite here. One day, I will remember the etherite. Oh! Okay, that looks cool. Hello, friend. You probably do remember me, though. Welcome to Merit's Mayan. Hello. Oh, hello. I did not recognize you at first. Are you here alone? Let me find you a table. I actually want rumors. Ruins beneath bounty. Would you be speaking of the sunken treasure vault? We have one regular, a historian in fact, who could tell you all about it. Ah, there he is. Professor Jalene. I thought I saw him come in. Although a somewhat private sort, the professor is quick to befriend those who share his fondness for the Mayan's unique beverages. Offer him any drink from our selection, and he should happily share everything he knows about the vault you see, and a few other odd bits besides. Whatever you buy for him is on the house, by the way. Emerid found out I took coin from Thavnir Saviors, he would have me scrubbing pots for a week. Oh, see, this is the problem though, like, I'm not starting as a new adventurer. They still all know me. Hello, sir. Yes. The following event cannot be skipped. Okay. I do not have anything waiting. Let's see if I can charm this man into giving me all the info I want. And what may I do for you, my Eorzean friend? Oh, just a friendly chat. How about a drink? Well, I certainly wouldn't say no to a drink freely offered. Okay. Here we are on one of Merit's finest. Enjoy. Ah, lovely. Bottoms up. Okay, step one done. Jalene empties the cup in a single pull. You know, that's... Maybe drink a bit slower, dude. That was very kind of you, miss, but I know when I'm being softened up. What is it that you want from me? I want to know about the ruins. Under the ocean. Oh, chasing down that old tale, are you? It does seem to appeal to the adventurous at heart. Now, where to begin? Might I assume you've heard of Al-Sadal? He was Khan of the Ori tribe who sailed to Thavnir from the mainland, and a key figure in the history of Ratsatan. Don't remember hearing about him. His decision to aid the Arkasodara is what ultimately won them the war against the Gayasura, thus allowing our predecessor to lay the foundation for this thriving city-state. The truly fascinating stories, however, concern his grandson, Al-Sadal III, who was known for his deed as a satrap in Rastatan's earlier days. Some attest that this man traveled to another world entirely and returned with glittering riches. Others that he brokered an alliance with a certain worm of the first brood. Then there is the tale of a sunken vault, the one you seem curious about. According to this legend, Asartal claimed a small island somewhere in the middle of the bounty. There he built a structure reaching clear to the bottom of the sea, a deep and secret storehouse, and locked all his worldly wealth within. In the century since, whenever a natural disaster or hardship befell Rasatan, folk would remember the tale of the hidden treasure. Hearty souls would set out to claim their fortune, but precious few ever made it home. Would you like to hear more? Apologies, I have a slight tickle in my... oh, my cup appears empty. Meline, another round for the professor? I will make him as drunk as I need if he gives me the information about a sunken treasure. Ah, I see we've reached an understanding. You're a sharp one, adventurer. Yeah, I might be an idiot sometimes, but not too much. Another for the professor. Ah, today was a splendid day to visit the Maheen. Yes, please drink a little bit slower though. Yelling gulps down his newest drink with gusto. Okay. These are not shots, my dude. You're gonna get very intoxicated very fast. Yes, those who did return from seeking the treasure vault flatly refused to speak of what they saw. Did this discourage others? Nay, quite the opposite. Such accounts only served to feed the legend, and the golden lure grew stronger than ever before. That reminds me of something Azama was saying. Azama's a fellow connoisseur of spirituous potables. Yes, he is. Anyway, he was saying one of his acquaintances went after the treasure himself. Hasn't seen him since he set sail, I hear, but he did have... no, I can't say no more. You seem a generous sort. What kind of a man would I be to encourage what is clearly a foolhardy quest? If my words sent you to your death, I could never live with myself. You know, I'm no stranger to peril. I'm glad he doesn't know who I am. Is that so? Perhaps it's your turn to tell a tale then. What manners of dangers have you faced? At the very edge of existence. From anyone else, I would struggle to believe it, but I recognize you now. You're the hero of the final days. I drink. I need another drink to settle my nerves. Meline, more of the same if you please. As you wish, but this one is on your coin, Professor. Eileen's drains yet another cup dry. Oh, my dude. You are very drunk. Anyway, you being who you are, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to share a little more. This friend of Azama's, he was desperate to buy a treasure map. One which showed the way to the entrance of the vault. Seems he could only get it from some merchant. What was his name? I forget. Let's drink a toast to you, my new best friend. Meline, more drinks. Water. Water. Give him water. Dude is probably way too drunk to realize it's water. You drink, sir? Oh, marvelous. I am parched. He's drinking them so fast, he probably can't taste them. Yelping gulps down the cup of water. That was water? Did he tell her to bring me water? Still, that's probably for the best. Very kind of you, really. My head will certainly thank you in the morning. It will. I seems to have overindulged. I am put in mind of the words of Master Yelsan. Be wary of how much the drink you shallow, lest it shallows you. Forgive me. I will subject you to no more of my unseemly antics. If you want to speak with Asama, well, as I said, we share a taste for the Mayan's finest spirit. He probably came in as we were talking. I wish you fortune in finding your fortune. You appear to have learned all that Jalene has to share regarding the undersea vault. To find out more, he will need to locate a man by the name of Asama. Alright. Do I need to make Asama drunk as hell as well? There's Asama. Hello, sir. Yes, I am Asama, and who might you be? I am Melicity. I'm looking for a secret vault. Ah! All true, I'm afraid. My friend took a ship out in search of Alsadal's legacy, and I've been watching for a sail ever since. I tried to dissuade him, of course, but he refused to listen. All he could talk about was finding the vault. And that look in his eyes, I knew it wasn't common gold or jewels he lost it after. He was hunting Alsadal III's otherworldly horde, and his ambition would not be denied. I see it in you too, that appetite for the mysterious and the unknown. But I'll not attempt to turn you from your path. I know too well the futility of that endeavor. So I will tell you what my friend told me. How he conceived a merchant in the bazaar to give him the rough location of the vault's entrance. It seems this merchant, one Shasal, I believe, is selling a map which shows the exact route, but my friend's purse was too light for this exorbitant price. With what meager wealth he had, he instead paid to learn that there are ruins on a small island somewhere in the bounty, and within those ruins hide the path to the vault deep below. If you truly intend of seeking Alsadal treasure, I suggest you put your affairs in order. I wish things were different, but I do not believe my friend is ever coming home. Sad to hear that, my bad. But, you know, we can't all find the treasure. Let's go find the merchant. That's an...
Please, Ashal, please! You must let me have that treasure map!
Ah.
What's all this about?
My mother and father were slaughtered by monsters. My baby sister, still too young to fend for herself. Can you spare us no kindness? So, you hope to find your fortune? And what? You expect me to surrender my wares for pity's sake?
That's thankless voice actor, I think.
What have you to offer in payment? As I thought. Come back when you've more than rags to your name. This is no mere treasure map. It is a guide to the vaults of Arzadal III, one of the great satraps of Radzat Han, and a direct descendant of Alzadal Khan.
A map to Alzadal's legacy?
So he says. A fake, I'd wager.
This is no fake. The parchment is marked with an arcane glyph of passage. You may find the ruins hidden in the bounty, but you won't be setting foot inside without this in your possession.
Ah.
A priceless artifact it is, discovered amongst the rubble in the aftermath of the final days, and lovingly restored by yours truly. This map is the key to fabulous riches, and I'll be the king of fools to simply give it away.
Why don't you go get the riches, though?
Be glad I am no such king boy. Your scrawny-eyed would never return with that treasure alive.
Can you give the kid money?
Oh, cruel fate! Why must you tempt me with wealth I am powerless to claim? How
Oh, I shall envy the one who purchases that precious map. Whatever they pay will be but pittance against the golden hoards they stand to uncover.
The kid's an actor. He's working with the merchant. This is their way of trying to drum up business. To find a way to sell the map. Estinian! But yeah, the kid is not... The kid's not actually poor. Oh god,
What have you
Estinian.
said? Fighting man of your stature would surely relish the challenge of recovering
Oh,
Amsterdam's
no.
lost fortune.
No, 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 no. No, Estinian. No.
A fortune, you say?
Oh dear lord.
If I had but the strength to seize that treasure, my starving sister would never want for food.
That is... I can say, actor. The kid doesn't have a starving sister. This is a very clever ruse to make people buy
I'll take
it.
it. Will this cover the price?
Oh god, the Estinian! See, exactly. Oh, dear lord.
Well met, my friend.
Aye, how much money do you carry around? We need to put you on an allowance.
Someone is dressed for adventure.
Yes. Tattoo. Nature of that.
Favner of all places. Knowing you, I suspect there's more to your plans than
Hey,
sightseeing
Mr.
and
Crow.
shopping.
I'm good. I'm watching Estinian being, like, conned.
Ruins beneath the bounty. Curious. And here I've acquired a map to just such a site.
With that sale, I do believe I've earned the rest of the day off. Thank you for your patronage, sir, but if you'll excuse me.
Oh, can you hold up a minute?
Mind us.
And now I fleece one of the heroes of the final days. Pray the sisters were looking elsewhere.
Yeah, you have done a great job at conning us.
This map may or may not be genuine. Either way, we'll need a ship to find out for sure.
No, I never took you for a treasure hunter.
Lest you misunderstand, I seek the treasure not for myself. If such a fortune truly exists, then it could help ease the struggles of those who lost their loved ones in the final days.
That sounds more like Estinian.
I hope to do for Thavnir what you and Alphino did for the Alamegans when you recovered the Mad King's trove.
That's a
Come
good
now.
idea.
You know Alphino needs little encouragement when it comes to recounting the tales of your shared exploits.
Yeah, it's no surprise he told you.
Speaking of precocious lads, that boy in the bazaar was clearly an accomplice of the merchant.
Okay, so you did notice that.
Suppose his role was to draw the attention of the crowd and add weight to the merchant's bold claims.
Why did you pay him so much then?
Transparent act for the most part. It was not all mummery. The need to provide for his sister rang true enough. Thus, if some portion of the profits end up in that waif's pockets, then I will consider it money well spent, whether the map leads us to the vault or not. You are coming along, yes?
Yes, of course. You're gonna have to carry the map because you are about... The map is about my height. Naturally, I'm coming. I'm not splitting the expenses with him. No way.
I thought as much. Now, let's see about securing a vessel.
Yes! Let's get a boat. Well, ship. Probably a ship rather than a boat. And be off somewhere. Yeah, I agree, Strider. I love how they play the scene out. Seems Justinian has learned at least a little bit about spending his money. I'm glad he understood it was a scam and chose to be scammed for the sake of the boy. You will recall I spoke of visiting Thavnir at Vitra's request? Well, he finally invited me to a feast and made his proposal once I was too full of Hannes' delight to refuse. He wished me to train the Radiant Host in Landswork, but that is a tale of another time. What we need now is a merchant for travel, with a ship fit for the open seas. Matsaya is a fisherman by trade, yes? We should head to Akali and see if he can help us. Sorry, my voice is really bad today. it comes from temperature changes and everybody having a cold. Where am I going? Oh, there. Okay. Let's go to Yetlitam and fly from there. Yeah, I like that I like just how all of the stories, they always see progress. We see progress in like the personality of the characters. Our fellow Science and friends, they do learn, they do mature and grow. I mean, even Lisa's grown a little bit. She was practically reasonably capable here in Endwalker, which was not bad. Like, I'm struggling with complimenting her, but she was doing better. Was this good? I'm hoping to hire a ship, of course, rather than to buy one. My funds would not stretch quite that far. Yeah, that might be because of your obnoxiously expensive hair ties. My friend, what brings you to our humble village? We need a ship. To rent, please. Not to buy. Though you need a seaworthy vessel to seek the ruins. Consider it was your deed which allowed us to return to fishing. I should think everyone would be glad a chance to repay the favor. Wait here, and I will have a boat stocked and ready for you in no time at all. Thank you. Oh, the boy is still following us. Have you noticed our little shadow? He's been following us since we left the city. We see you there, boy. Show yourself. Ah, it is you. Do you know how far out of the way we walk so that you would not cross paths with some wild beasts? I'm sorry, sir, but aren't you the heroes who saved Thavnir? You are, I know you are. And I've gone and cheated you. I work with Tashal, you see, the map merchant. It's my job to play the pleading orphan and convince the crowd his wares are worth the price he asks. I'm ashamed for what I've done and beg for your forgiveness. If not for you, my sister and I would never have... Well, we would be... Enough. I knew your game and I paid the price willingly. A fortunate purchase, as it turns out, for my friend here was seeking those very ruins. Hello. You are kind to overlook the wrongs I've done you. But there is more you need to know. Oh? The map you bought is very real, as is the island shown. I overheard Sasal selling the information to another customer. He told the man where he need to search, about the ruins, about the vault, about everything. The man sailed out to find his fortune, never to return. You cannot go alone to that place. You should have more friends with you. Maybe even a whole army. Oh, this is the raid. I do not doubt the ruins hold danger, but I assure you, between the two of us, there is little we cannot overcome. Please, I cannot bear the thought of... I mean, I have so many friends. I mean, we might need a hand moving the treasure. I'm not gonna tell him that he made the boy cry. Let's just bring something logical into it. Assuming we find any. Still, it may prove wise to bring some companions along the same. Any idea on whom to approach? The signs have scattered far and wide since our last gathering. Well, Thancred and Urian J seem to be just traveling. Everybody else seem to have like a specific job in mind. Thancred and Urian J, eh? Those two would answer our call, certainly, but they left the Rising Stones with a definite task in mind. And I'm loath to interrupt their self-appointed mission. Then Yistola? Yistola? Her magic would be a welcome addition, aye, but I'm loath to interrupt her research. Mayhap we could ask a less prickly companion. Alfino and Alice, eh? This was Lord Alfino and his sister. Were they not bound for Garlemald? They have far more important matters to attend to than delving for trinkets. It's not like Grahatia and Krail did not have jobs to do. They are restoring the Baldestian Annex. Like, of everyone, they seem the most busy. Aye, Cry may have her hands full rebuilding the students, but if you reach out to Graha, he will surely leap at the invitation. That doesn't make sense to me. Like, of everyone, they seem the least likely to want... Like, they seem the most busy at the moment. Will that set your mind at ease? Yes, if that man is as strong as you. Is he, though? Strong, I mean. Yes. What's your name, boy? Merath, sir? Well, Merath, your life is yours to live as you will. But I suggest you find a more honest trade if you truly wish to keep your sister safe. I mean, I know Graha wanted to go on an adventure with us and everything, but... I'm just thinking, like, the logistics of rebuilding an order. Seems like very busy, while Urian J and Thancred was just kind of traveling. Strider agrees that... Strider says, I was kind of disappointed there was no actual choice here, since the direction they forced you doesn't really make that much sense. Exactly, and I know Yistola is doing her research, but she said she was gonna go meet Matoya. I know that's where she is right now. She might have still, like, found this interesting. Oh, Urian J and Thancred were on the task to see how the Loporoids integrated and help them. Oh, yeah. Shame, though, because... Well, I do love Graha, so I'm happy to have Graha, but Urian J is, like, my favorite. Probably to travel with, because he's just so funny. I'm not proud of what I do, but what choice do I have? We need to eat and everyone's too busy rebuilding their own lives to bother with two grubby orphans. Wait, boy. I didn't take this roundabout route just to see you end up in some creature's belly. Let me walk you back to the city gates. Thank you, sir. Call me Estinian. Oh, he's gonna adopt the boy and the girl, isn't he? We are seeing Estinian turn into Estinian dad. Estinian is... I think he's not as gruff as he makes out to be. No, he's really a softie. Estinian is ready to escort Mera to safety. I shall leave you to recruit Graha. He'll appreciate the invitation that much more, I'm sure. As I recall, he was based at the Annex. Someone there ought to be able to point you in the right direction. Let us be off to Mirad. Do me a favor and don't stray from the path. Okay, we go fetch Graham while he walks the boy back. Multitasking. But yeah, like... Now that he can't be elder sibling to Alfie, he needs to find someone to be the big brother for. True. Like, he seems to have a need to protect children, even though he wouldn't admit to it. Like I say, of everyone in the Scions, if one of them ends up adopting a child, I would bet on it being Estinian. It just feels like it's where his personality is going. Oh, look who it is. Welcome back, Melicity. What might students do for you? I'm looking for Graha. Graha? Yes, he's in the main hall with Mr. Skryl. They've been holed up in there for days. By all means, go and give them an excuse to take a break. I mean, it's gonna be one hell of a break. I'm asking him to go with me on an adventure. Oh, he's gonna be so excited, though. I'm kinda glad we take Graha with us because he's gonna be so excited.
Ah, Urgika, my good man.
I'm not...
Would you be so kind as to...
Hi! It's adventure time!
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise?
Not for you, just for him.
I wish you had sent word ahead. I thought I was having visions for a moment there.
I like this showing up. Well, how was the restoration of the students coming along? We can't take her or everything is gonna fall
Raha and I have been
apart.
compiling old records of the students' activities. We located several accounts in the archives of Numenon and added them to the collection we recovered from the Isle of Val.
And judging by the progress we've made thus far, sorting this pile will keep us occupied for days to come.
Keep Kryl
But
occupied
what brings you
for
to
days
the
to
annex,
come.
my friend? Surely you haven't come all this way just to watch us shuffle dusty papers around?
Adventure? To, like, find secret treasure under the sea?
The treasure vault of Alzadal III.
Wanna come?
And you're looking for companions to join you on this expedition.
Yes. I mean, I wouldn't mind Kryl coming along,
I
but...
would dearly love to accompany you, of course, but I'm afraid I'm committed to another task. On the subject of which, I had hoped to ask for your assistance.
Oh. Yep. He's doing the thing. I am taking you on an adventure.
Then again, it's not so urgent that it can't wait until you've returned. You should go, Raha. I'll stay here and mind the shop, as it were.
Are you sure? I'd hate to leave you short-handed.
Oh, he's almost crying.
I'm sure. Just try to be back before too many moons have passed.
Well, I guess we're off on another adventure already.
Like a proper nice one this time. Not one where everybody is
Have you
dying.
asked anyone else to come along?
No. Is this you?
Then might I suggest we invite your Stola?
Apparently she's busy.
Ever since the Scions disbanded, she's spent most of her time cloistered within the Great Google Library, hoping to piece together a method to traverse the rift. It would seem, however, that whatever wisdom she sought there was not to be found. She arrived in Charlian the other day. We spoke briefly before she began her search of Numenor.
Oh?
Considering what you've told us of Alzadal's extraordinary feats,
They did say he, like,
your Stola
traversed
would be more than interested to hear what
potentially
you have to
somewhere.
say.
So it sounds like a plan.
Splendid! Then let us head to the archives at once.
Wait, before you go. I have another potential member to volunteer, if you've room to spare. Urianger.
Yes!
He sent the students a request for materials, you see. Treatises on the architecture of treasure vaults and the like.
I am getting the perfect team together.
From what I can gather, the Loporrits are looking to make improvements to their own creation and wish to learn more about how we build things down here. So, why not take Urianger with you? Let him study Alzadal's legacy firsthand.
None can deny the benefit of seeing something with your own eyes.
So,
If our expedition
Estinian
leader
goes
has
like, no,
objections,
no, no.
I
And then they
say
go
we
like, no,
extend
no, you can take the
Urianger
people you
an
want.
invitation once we've spoken with your Stola.
Yes. Yes! I want Urianger to come along. Like, Graha and Urianger, perfect.
Safe travels, you two, but don't forget.
Like, the
I'd
only
still
thing would
like
make
your
it better
help
with
with
grabbing
that
the
other
twins as
matter I
well.
mentioned.
Right. Then it's off to
Just
the
so I can see
library.
them fight, but... I've been so excited to take Graha on like a proper adventure. And we get to take Urianger as well. Stola is nice, like, she's fun, but those two, Urianger and Graha, are just, oh, they're so sweet. Okay, but we need to get Stola. Stola just feels a little bit stiff for me. I mean, that's her personality and that's what makes her like a really fun character. But she's just not as fun as Graha, who is just endlessly amazed and so excited about everything, and Urianger, who is just Urianger. But I think it's going to be good to have her along to balance out the team. Because otherwise it's going to be 3 idiots going to try to figure things out. We should at least have like one person who might be at least slightly reasonable. I got a new lore journal. I did not notice that. Let me see. Collection. Oh! I didn't notice we would get these like as we go. Okay. Estinian Varlinøy. Varlinøy? God, his last name is bad. One of Iskar's most capable knights, Estinian called Wormblood by many, once led his order as the renowned Azure Dragoon. Estinian's origins are humble, having been born to a family of shepherds in the eastern highland of Coertas. However, the course of his pastoral life was forever changed when his village of Ferndale was razed by the great worm Nidhogg, an attack which claimed the lives of his parents and his brother. Varlino. Okay, Varlino. Bereft of home and family, the orphan of 12 Summer was taken in by Alberic, then holder of the title of Azure Dragoon. The two proceeded to forge a complicated relationship, a martial instructor, an adoptive father, and a flawed knight, one who failed to protect his family. To the young Estinian, Alberic was all these things and more. When his training was complete, Estinian joined the Temple Knight. So focused was he on the fight against the Dravanian horde that he scarcely remembered the name of his companions. His sole friendship was with Emeric de Borel? Yeah, with Emeric, a knight of similar age who shared Estinian's passion for the cause. Estinian's prowess saw him rise through the ranks, first becoming a dragoon and last inherit the title of the Azure Dragoon, once held by his foster father. Like all Azure Dragoons, Estinian would carry with him the Eye of Nidhogg, a relic torn from the worm's head over 1,000 years ago. Though the eye conferred power to the bearer, it rendered them vulnerable to Nidhogg's influence, and his undying hatred threatened to consume Estinian very soul. Only through constant vigilance and strength of will did Estinian maintain grip on his sanity, though there were occasions when he came perilously close to succumbing to Nidhogg's rancor. In the midst of the Dragonsong War, Estinian offered to accompany the Warrior of Light and Alphino Levier in their quest to convince the Dravanian to renounce their 1,000-year campaign of vengeance. Though he did not believe they would succeed, Estinian nevertheless agreed to eschew violence unless circumstances forced his hand. They were later joined by Isale, leader of the heretic, who similarly believed the peace an unlikely prospect, but one still would pursue in earnest. Estinian travelled with the other to the Churning Mist, where he sought an audience with the Hrasvelgur, brother of Nidhogg. From the Great Worm they learned the truth of the Dragonsong War, that it was King Thordan, an ancient Isgard, who drew first blood when he and his knight murdered the Great Worm Ratoskara, and subsequently devoured her eye so that they might claim the power for themselves. That is, every time I hear the story recounted, it's like, it's kind of twisted. They weren't like, oh yeah, we're gonna eat her eyes. Ugh. Yet in spite of his truth, the fact remained that Nidhogg was intent upon the destruction of Isgard, and if he could not be persuaded to yield, they had but one resource. In the end, the Azure Dragoon succeeded in hunting down and slaying his arch-enemy, presumably ending the 1,000-year war. Upon their return to the capital, Estinian and his companions discovered that Archbishop Thordan had plotted to wield the power of Primal to transform himself into an eternal god king and bless the world with his twisted idea of harmony. And they pursued the Archbishop to Asisla, where they put an end to his machination once and for all. However, in the wake of the battle, Estinian succumbed to all-consuming hatred within Nidhogg's 2 eyes, transforming into a vessel of the Worm's shade that would marshal his force for a final assault on Isgard. Following his defeat on the Steps of Faith, Estinian regained partial control and urged Alphino and the Warrior of Light to kill him, but instead the two tore the eyes from his body, casting out Nidhogg's shade and saving the Dragoon's life. With his homeland entering an age of peace, Estinian renounced his title of Azure Dragoon and set off on a journey of his own. Even during this wandering, though, he stayed abreast of the science activities and participated in both the liberation of Alamigo and sabotage effort within Garlemald. In time, he gave in to the relentless solicitation of Tatteru and Krail, officially becoming a Scion and working tirelessly with his comrades to deliver the world from the calamity known as the Final Days. Following his long journey from arch-nemesis of dragons to their friend and brother, Estinian renamed his lands Nidhogg after his fallen foe. Oh, that's kinda sweet. Though he's still a lone wolf at heart, he travels more often with others than before, such as to the Isle of Thavnir, where he had forged a new friendship with Vitra, another of the first brood. These are so nice. These are also quite long. But I don't mind. I hope you guys don't mind me reading them. Grahatia, a relative recent addition to the Science of the Seven Dawn, and definitely like the cutest one. He's such a sweet personality. He hails from Corvus in southern Ilspard, where the Allegan Empire once flourished during the Third Astral Era. Although the Mikote were once forced to toil in obscurity for the glory of Alag, Grahatia's tribe, ever proud, devoted themselves to the study and preservation of the arcane secret. Thousands of years later, when Corvus was conquered by the Garleans and brought under the jurisdiction of the illustrious House Darnus, a young Graha, heir to vast store of Allegan knowledge and the last child born with the Allegan Eye, was given into the custody of the students of Baldestian. You're sure Abe counted this in his time estimation? I would not be surprised. After acquiring Charlean citizenship and freedom from more mundane duties, Graha concentrated on his education, earning his Archon Mark for his groundbreaking research into ancient arcane wisdom. Owing to this qualification, Graha Tia was tasked with the vital duty of investigating the Crystal Tower, the most fascinating and forbidding of the surviving relics of Alakan Empire. It was during his expedition that he met with Rambrose of the Sons of St. Koinak, Sid Garland of the Ironworks, and the Warrior of Light, an occasion which led to the formation of the fellowship known as Noah. Oh, Consum says, these notes make me feel like 6.1 will be an optional starting point for new players in the future. I wouldn't be surprised if they would do that. That you could have like a skip up to 6.1. With his newfound companion, he laid bare the secret of ancient Alag and learned from the awakened clones Unei and Doga that the eye he inherited was in truth the royal eye, the unmistakable mark of the Alagan imperial family. With it, he could control the Crystal Tower itself, per the wishes of Salina, the final princess of Alag, who had chosen to pass down his gift and place her trust in future generations. Judging that mankind was not yet ready for the secrets of the Crystal Tower, Gratia sealed himself within, in the hope that he might awaken in an age when his fellow man had set aside their differences, when they might truly comprehend and wield the Alagan knowledge for the benefit of all. Alas, when Graha awoke from his slumber 200 years later, the world had been ravaged by tragedy and death, for the 8th umbral calamity had come to pass. Biggs, third of his name, and 18th chairman of the Garland Ironwork, had cracked the tower's ward, seeking to harness the power within to develop a mean of time travel, that they might forge a future in which the calamity had never occurred. Graha agreed to lend them his aid, and so it was that he and the Crystal Tower were transported into the past, not of their world, the source, but of the reflection known as the First, where fate would once again see him reunited with the Warrior of Light. The First, for his part, had suffered a calamity no less daunting than that of the source. A flood of light had nearly extinguished all life, and what little remained was beset by horror born of the phenomenon known as Sin Eaters. Unaged due to the symbiosis with the Crystal Tower, and ever youthful, Grahatia took the initiative in building the Crystarium, a city and a bulwark of hope where he and his growing community would stand against these foes. For 100 years, the Crystal Tower, Exarch, as Grahatia had come to be known, laid the groundwork for the coming battle, for he had always known what he could not triumph without the Warrior of Light. When the time came, he summoned the champion and their allies, albeit accidentally, from the source, assembling a formidable alliance to take up arms against the Light Wardens and reclaim the long-absent night sky. The final step in Grahatia's plan would have seen him render upon his own life for the preservation of the First and the Source. Blessedly, his sacrifice did not come to pass. Ultimately, the Warrior of Light and the brave companion succeeded in laying low the Asian, Amethsels, and Elidibus, ending the threat to the 8th umbral calamity and giving the First hope for a brighter tomorrow. When the Scions at last returned to their own world, they did not do so alone. Grahatia had conceived a method which his memories and essence in the First could be merged with his past self, still sleeping within the Crystal Tower. Of the Source. The awoken Grahatia eagerly joined the ranks of the Scions of the Seven Dawn and proceeded to employ his ample knowledge of all things Alagan, as well as the leadership skill he honed as the Crystal Exarch, to provide invaluable guidance and support to his companions. In particular, his decisive action in Thavnir during the final days ensured the survival of countless innocents. After the de facto disbanding of the Scions, Grahatia joined Kryl in helping to rebuild the students of Baldessian. However, he has not yet shaken his wanderlust and will not hesitate to seize an opportunity to embark upon a new journey with the Warrior of Light. I wonder if they will then update these. And we got a little bit on Kryl. This one, I know this Kryl's is quite a bit shorter, but we have known her for a shorter time, in a way. Orphaned as a child and taken in by Galef Baldessian, a founder of the eponymous student of Baldessian, Krile was blessed with the power of the Echo. Though in her early years it seemed to her more a curse, uncommonly sensitive to the feelings of others. Unwelcome thoughts flooded her mind, leading her to develop a guarded personality that many found off-putting. Seeing this, Galuf gave her a cat-eared hood, assuring her that her gift was not something to be bemoaned, and that it would one day prove a tremendous strength. Moved by her grandfather's word, Krile vowed to devote herself to her studies, as she might use her power to serve the greater good. So he gave her the hood. Aww. Displaying a remarkable aptitude in the mystical art, Krile attended the studium in Sierra Leone, joining the faculty of the arcane and becoming highly skilled in healing and curing magic. It was at this time that she made the acquaintance of Alphino and Elisée Levier, with whom she maintains a close friendship to this day. After graduation, she joined the Grandfather Research Organization, eventually coming to Eorzea to support the Science of the Seven Dawn as they rebuilt their operation following the bloody banquet in Ul'dah. She lent her impressive knowledge of the arcane to search for the missing Minfilia. Krile chose to remain in Eorzea for the foreseeable future, both out of desire to support her friends and for a lack of a home to which she might return, as prior to her arrival, the Isle of Val was obliterated by a devastating spell akin to the Ultima. While she herself was on the isle at the time, she was saved by the blessing of light, and so she naturally fell in with the science. She soon became a full-fledged member and henceforth used her command of the Echo to serve her comrades on many occasions. Krile suffered a particularly harrowing experience when she was captured as a prisoner of war by the Garleans during the campaign to liberate Alamigo. Her Echo made her a target as the Magitech engineer Olus Mal Asina sought to study the phenomenon and create an artificial variant. He succeeded in this endeavor, transforming Fordola Rem Lupis and Xenosia Galvus into being he dubbed the Resonate. Krile was later rescued by the Scion, and after recovering from the ordeal, resolved to repay the favor. Indeed, when her companions were forcefully summoned to the First and left in a comatose state, Krile took the lead in nursing the Scions back to health. With the appearance of the Telporoi and the looming threat of the final days, Krile returned to Sierra Leone in hope of gauging the true intention of their governing body, the Forum, which to that point had stubbornly refused to approve any idea to Eorzea. Subsequently, she would use her influence as the representative of the students of Baldestian to arrange for her friends to visit Old Sierra Leone. Now that the final days have been averted and the Science ostensibly disbanded, Krile has devoted herself to the restoration of the students, recruiting the precious few survivors she has found along with her new talent, that together they might carry on her late grandfather's legacy and preserve their knowledge for the future generations. And I'm guessing we're gonna get Ishtola next. Oh. Well, she wasn't hard to find, at least. Ish. You were sleeping on the book. I think she is really in need of a break. I'm gonna get a picture of this, because that is precious.
I've never known Y'shtola to doze off in the middle of research before.
Me neither. Can I, pat her head so she wakes up? Oh, we're just gonna wait. Oh, that's really sweet. He's gonna let her, regain her strength.
Close my eyes for one moment.
Hi, Y'shtola.
you been here?
We didn't want to wake you. You look like you needed a nap.
Nor did I want to fall asleep.
Oh. Lucy is copying my old offline screen.
3 days straight before exhaustion finally claimed me.
Earl, you need to sleep.
As you know, I've been researching ways to travel from the source to one of its reflections. Well, looking for hints at least. I don't expect to find a simple set of instructions tucked away in some dark corner of the library. So I've been skimming through the stacks, hoping to uncover even a partial mention of any similar feats in the past.
We may have one, potentially.
A means to travel between worlds exists, and you can be sure I will find a way to employ it. So I promised Runar, but 'twould seem I've set myself a nigh impossible task.
Oh.
You needn't be so hard on yourself. The leap I made with the Crystal Tower was not achieved in an afternoon. It was the culmination of a collective effort spanning generations.
Oh, you think me discouraged? I assure you, 'tis quite the opposite. A daunting challenge and the time to sink my teeth into it. I feel like a fresh-faced student again.
A scholar in her element.
Indeed. Was there something else you wish to ask of me?
Yes! Wanna join us on an adventure? Which is related to time travel, potentially, maybe.
Alzadal is no minor figure in Harnish history, and much is known about his family. But this is the first I've heard of a descendant surviving a trip to another world. If those tales are true, then he may have left behind some clue as to how it was accomplished. An invitation to delve into one of the world's lingering mysteries. As if I could refuse.
Exactly.
And whence do we embark upon this expedition?
When we
Achiali,
picked
by
up
ship.
Urianger.
But before that, we thought to extend an invitation to Urianger as well. He was in Thalmazane, last we heard.
Then by all means, let us recruit him and be on our way.
Yes. Oh, poor man is just looking at the books going like, oh, god damn it. You couldn't put a single one of them back? Oh yeah, Urianger is gonna be like, oh yeah, did we invite Hildebrand? He's gonna invite somebody. Everybody's inviting somebody, we're never gonna get anywhere. But it's okay, because we weren't gonna do the raid today. Gonna do it next Sunday. Though so far, with how the this chapter is starting, I would not be surprised if we had... Oh boy. Okay. I'm gonna take an executive decision and say we're not gonna read all of these on stream. Otherwise, we are never gonna get anywhere. I'm gonna read these on my own after the stream, because otherwise it's just gonna take so long. But these are gonna be an absolute treat for when... because I wanna do videos on like the story of the Scions. Like of individual characters, and this is gonna be so nice for that. I could do it for a new video series, yeah. I don't see Thancred anywhere. Was he not supposed to be traveling with Urian J? Because I've been planning to do a video series like on the notable characters of the game, starting probably with the Scions. I've just been working on like catching up to the story first. I visited Labyrinthos on several occasions recently, but I've not set foot in Thomasine since the day we boarded the Ragnarok.
Ah, our illustrious champion.
We're going on an adventure and we want you with us.
Common explorer, fame set aside in thy pursuit of simple adventure. I am told a new expedition is in the offing.
Yes. It's good to see you well. Thancred is here somewhere, or has gone off somewhere. I don't care right now.
And thee. As ever, thou art the picture of strength.
He's so sweet.
You've been keeping yourself busy, I trust?
True to our plan, Thancred and I embarked upon a pilgrimage of sorts, with an eye for gauging the state of those lands through which we passed. Our travels were interrupted, however, by a request for aid from our befurred lunar allies.
Oh.
As you may recall, the Loperites had been seeking new purpose for the moon, another role through which it might serve to benefit mankind. The Forum hath been working to advise them in this endeavor, but I return to offer mine own counsel.
And this has what to do with treasure vaults, exactly?
Ah, you have learned of my predicament from Mistress Kryl. I know not whence they acquired such knowledge, but the Loperites now stand convinced that adventurers delight in treasure hunts.
Don't look at me,
Thus,
it's not
with
my
their
fault.
newly built wonderland of riches and mystery, do they hope to entice all manner of daring delvers to the moon? So earnest and innocent was their desire to bring joy to the world that I found myself powerless to refuse them my cooperation. But what of you, my friends? Why are you come to Labyrinthos?
We wanna go like underwater exploring?
Fascinating.
That was... Oh,
This
I
is
remember the
indeed a
theme park
most
madness here with the
fortuitous
bunnies.
opportunity.
Oh, dear lord.
I should be honored to accept thine invitation. How long hath it been, I wonder, when last our actions were not impelled by fate or desperation?
It's... Never.
Aye. Though I cherish the Scion's accomplishments, 'tis pleasant to not have the weight of the world upon our shoulders for
I was
a
trying to
change.
think like, ever in our story have we had that? Never, never. Things have always been bad.
Counting Istinian, we number 5 now, yes? Without knowing what traps or perils await unwary feet, we may be wise to refrain from recruiting others.
Yes, 5 is plenty.
I agree. Between us, we should have the skills to handle whatever situation may arise. Shall we be on our way?
What, no time to spare a word for the grizzled old bard?
There's Thancred. I knew he would show up eventually. Hey, Thancred.
All is well, I trust?
I'm guessing this is where
A wasted trip,
the
I'm
story
afraid.
splits off?
I'd hoped to catch up with a former mentor while you parleyed with the rabbits, but it seems our paths were not to cross.
I was here pilgrimage.
Having an astrologian beside you on the road is surprisingly convenient. And it doesn't hurt that he's making strides with his light-hearted banter.
Oh, that's good. He is growing so much.
In any case, as we made our way around Ilzabard, we saw that much of the continent was in various stages of chaos. A certain amount of disorder is to be expected. The final days are over, and the people no longer have a common threat binding them together.
Yeah, end of the world is a really good way to
That's
unify
the thing with these
everyone.
fledgling troubles, eh? You need to keep an eye out, lest they mature into full-grown headaches. So, for what reason have so many esteemed personages seemed fit to gather?
Underwater treasure adventure.
Beneath the waters of the Bounty, you say? I see you've already stolen away my traveling partner with the promise of unexplored ruins and scholarly glory.
Yes. Sorry about that.
Nay, 'tis not for mine own indulgence, but rather the fulfillment of my commitment to the Loporrits.
Sure it is.
Of course. And if you have a Stinian rounding out your group, you'll likely have all the members you need.
We could take him
Feeling
along.
left out? I could put in a good word for you, if you like.
We may have been released from our obligations, but I'll never be free of that merciless wit of yours, will I?
He can come along as well. We don't mind. We don't have a tank.
Tis best I sit this one out.
Well,
too many former
outside of
scions
Praha.
consorting with one another might be seen as a cause for concern in certain quarters. I'll return to my usual reconnaissance and scout out the situation in the Far East. Feel free to share if you come across any interesting revelations.
Will do.
Till we meet again.
Bye, Tancred.
Shall we also hasten our departure? Sir Estinian will wonder what hath become of us.
Yeah, he's gonna be surprised. He sent me off to fetch Graha, and I bring back Urianger and Istola as well. Even after he specifically told me, like, they are busy. Like, yes, but I asked them, and they were not too busy. And that's all that matters. I'm confused. Is this thing I'm opening up now, like, this is the raid, isn't it? This underwater thing. It feels like that is the raid. And there was something else that will happen. Like, I know at some point the story is supposed to split off. Like, one leads to the raid and the other leads to the rest of this chapter story. And now I'm, like, really confused. Ah, the thrill of imminent adventure. I never tire of this feeling. Just imagine the possibilities. In my travels, I spied many a child wandering alone, orphans in all likelihood. The home raised by beasts and blasphemies can be rebuilt. The void left by those we have lost cannot so easily be filled. That is true. I will pray to Sandaruva for your safe return. May the wealth of her blessing guide you to the treasure you seek. I sent you to recruit Graha and you return with an entire survey party. I hope Matseya's boat is sturdy enough to carry us all. I think collectively we are probably lighter than Matsuya. What he means is we are grateful for the use of one of your precious fishing vessels. We are more than glad for the chance to provide it. I ask only that you take care to steer clear of the reefs in the shallows there. I will keep an eye out. Does anybody of us know how to steer boats? Mistake. Baked alien soup? Oh, pancakes! I'll take pancakes. Despite his misgivings, I wager Miran remains in that merchant employ. Well, I wouldn't be surprised. The Alsadal's legacy. Istola is intrigued by the legend of Alsadal III. Alsadal III. I confess I'm somewhat embarrassed that the tale of his journeys to another world escaped my notice. Could it be more than a simple folklore? And what of the treasure he supposedly brought back? This undersea vault may hold the relics from another reflection. My friends, we should temper our expectation. The map doth promise ruins, but beyond that we know not what we will find. Not until we find it, aye. So let us dispense with the conjecture and set sail to the vault. Yes. On a really pretty boat, by the way. Just try not to, like, sink into something by accident. Does any of us know how to steer a boat? Yeah. New regular duty. Oh! Is it a dungeon? Oh dear. Abe. How do you get an emote that does that? Well, I'm gonna invite you to the party. If anybody wants to join us, then... well, I would be happy to have you. We're gonna take like a 2-minute break. And if you want to join us, just make sure to come on. Oh. Oh, is the Play Dead emote? Oh, it has like a unique emote in the water. That is amazing. Okay, we're gonna be dead here for a bit. So I will be right back. If you want to join us, say so in the chat. And you need to come to Phantom on Chaos. Like, yeah, the Phantom server on Chaos. Otherwise, I'll just take a... but I will be right back. Okay, I am back. I am immediately concerned that I see Strider saying the last boss is gonna be fun to watch. Is that because my healing is gonna be bad? Am I gonna regret going into this as a healer? Okay. We can do this. Since the days of old, the imagination of the Thavnir people has been captured by persistent legend. The promise that somewhere beneath the shimmering expanse of the bounty lies the hidden treasure vault of Alzadal III. Yet how might one claim the fabled satrap's hoard, where so many other reckless souls have tried and fallen? Will a steady and dubious map lead you through to the rumored isle and its smoldering ruins? What peril awaits ahead? It's certainly to be an adventure. Oh, you're helping spawning Pazuzu, okay? In Eureka. I hope Pazuzu spawns for you. Hey, prepare to die. A lot. Because you're counting on my healing and that's a mistake. We already established me healing anybody is just... should not be. Oh. Okay. So the thing on the map actually like has a purpose. Did he just send the other guy to his death then? I look ridiculous with that map. It's so big. Also, we got another Lala. Not the bunny one, but the Lala is always nice. I'm wearing the best gear, right? Yeah. So I'm currently working on actually gearing up my white mage. Like, not as high as I'm getting up my dancer, but basically whenever my dancer has something sorted, my white mage will be next in line to get updated stuff. Because that's kind of what I use on my own. No? You. I thought we were going to like an underwater place though. Though this is quite pretty. Oh, the song in here is really nice. I keep Ape alive. Where is Ape? Where's Ape? How far am I planning to go today? So my goal today is to finish 6.1, like the MSQ. And next week we're gonna do the raid. As I don't know how long the MSQ is, as in how many quests I have left. I have no idea. It should not be like crazy long though. But we probably have at least another hour in. Okay. So I need to watch out for these things. When they come up out of the ground, like have the symbols, I need to move far away from it. Oh, there we go. It's not crazy long, but it's definitely worth it. New story being set up is really good. Yes. I want to get like going in the story and then have the raid for next week, so I've had like story established. Go here. At this point, you have to consider using Isuna more often, as they started giving a lot of the bosses bleed and other Isunable things. I keep on forgetting to use Isuna. I keep on forgetting to look at the debuffs. So it's not that I don't want to use Isuna, it's just I don't see the debuffs well enough. Come on, where? Cliff of the pets detected. Confirmed bearer identity. Okay, now we're underwater. Yeah, I need to work better on my Isuna. Unrecognized ether signature. Brazen Thief. Ooh. That doesn't bode well at all. So... we need this thing to die. Oh, shoot, shoot, shoot. I'm taking a lot of... damn it. Let me throw you down. No, 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 no. I'm sorry, Abe. I'm sorry, Abe. I'm sorry. Did I not see something I should have sooner? There. Let's go like so. Put you down. Now use my lucid dreaming. Now, this didn't do anything for me. What is this anyway? Oh, it's a bracelet. Actually a very simple bracelet. That's nice. I like how they've moved from the chunky bracelets of like the earlier games. It's too far away. There we go. Because they used to have these like super chunky bracelets and super chunky necklaces, and they're doing better with having seeing anything reasonable. There we go. I want this now. What does this look like? Oh, these are big. Okay, armored chariot. There's a really cute winter glam in this place. Huh. I would not have connected that to this island. Is that a kraken out there? Oh, that's just out of my nightmares. There is a kraken out there. I don't like that. I don't like big scary underwater things. But it's like right out the window. The thing better not move. So, I'm gonna want to go so. Maybe like so, just in case everybody's taking damage. Yeah. Not quite. Oh yeah, because he did the thing as well. That was a lot of things to focus on. Oh, I'm dying. I'm dying. Why am I dying? Let's not stand in this. Okay, I'm gonna move like so. Yeah, I'd never wanna have his shields facing me because they're doing some like weird damage here. Okay. Here? Yes. Your greed will prove your undoing. Look like there's a huge kraken out there. What is that? Oh, I don't like this place. Is that kind of cute? I have just a lot of like no. Is that money? So much money, and I'm not allowed to keep any of it. Because Estinian wants it. Ugh. I mean, I should be allowed to take some of it. There is an elephant statue there. So much gold everywhere. Oh, keep you alive, keep you alive. No, don't die, don't die, don't die. There we go. Whew. The ring. That's very nice. Okay. I think if I put up the bell... I'm still trying to figure out like how to use this bell. I haven't had a lot of chances to heal in the higher end. That's the wrong spell. Stop healing like an idiot. So I'm not too familiar with like how the bell functions yet. I've only ever done like one level 90 dungeon on my own. As a healer, that is. I've done it once as a dancer once. Ooh, fancy. Looming Warden. Capiculu. Abe promises to explain Bell after stream. This is why Abe is the best person. Also, this place is amazing. So... Oh, that's pretty. Oh, that also did some damage. It's pretty and painful. Abe, don't die. Ow. Oh, that was weird. That was weird. Like, these are some unexpected mechanics. What's this? Do I want to do anything with these ropes? They're very pretty. Oh! They're not very nice. Okay, we're gonna do the whole spinny business again? Okay. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! The turn radius on this thing is very... Oh shit! I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. The turn radius is very wide. Yeah, summoners are the best. Oh my god. Oh my. How does this work? Well, we got him down. I think I did pretty good in this one. It definitely could have been better, but I have definitely done worse on streams as well. Yeah. I only died once. Why are they all standing over there and like Uri and Jay like all alone to the side? Oh my god. Did I get the pants? I did. What do these look like on their own? Have an unfortunate. Now let's. If tethers to one color of rope, and then all the other ropes of the color explode too. Oh, okay. This works. Okay. Thoughts? You found all the treasure then? Yeah, you did. What is this place? A hidden room within a hidden vault. A fitting sentinel. Why are you like all the way over here, Uranje? You're part of the team, honey. Also, that looks so pretty. I like the colorful ribbons. Very visually appealing.
What have we here?
We have a pretty colorful place.
'Tis not unlike a Hunnish alchemical furnace in design.
Well, there is one way we might find out.
Stop! You mustn't touch it.
Itra? How did you get down here?
Vritra! Oh, my apologies. Should I continue calling you Varshan?
You may address me as you wish. My nature is no longer a secret. Still, this is not a setting I imagined for our reunion. Surely you've not entered these ruins as common looters.
Would that we could deny your accusations, but I fear you're not far from the truth.
Great Vritra, might we beseech thee to explain the nature of this strange contrivance?
Hopefully he will be understanding when we tell him, like, we did plan to take all the thing to give to the people over at Satan.
It was crafted by our alchemists at my behest, for the purpose of sealing something away.
Oh. So it wasn't hidden. I love that they can go like, I wasn't gonna touch it, but you know, you stole her. Sealing away what exactly? I'm not gonna blame my friends. I was the first one who would have gone and poked it.
Perhaps I should simply show you.
Even better. Show and tell. It's awfully pretty. Are you sure if you want to have something sealed away, you sure you want to open it? Yeah, I will do the other choice at the end later. Is that a void gate? Oh. That's dear.
I have lifted the seal, if only for the moment, by an authority only I possess.
Noted.
A planar fissure?
No, my friend. Small though it may be, this is a functioning gate into the void.
why do they have all the money down here if he has like people who are really suffering? I have several questions. I came here in search of something that might further my research. I did not anticipate a fully functioning void gate. Can such a tiny portal truly be so dangerous? Even in the learned halls of Charlayan, it's forbidden to throw wide the gates to the abyss. The peril is far too great. Yeah, we don't wanna... Was it the 13th or the 14th that was, like, the void one? I expect you have more questions. Oh, so many questions. Void gates and fissures are much the same thing in practice, in the sense that both allow passage between the source and the 13th. It was the 13th. The difference in terminology refers to the circumstances of their creation. A fissure is an incidental tear in the fabric between worlds, whereas a void gate is the product of deliberate action. I suspect this is the latter, judging by the elaborate mechanism put in place to control it. To think that our search for material riches would be led to this priceless discovery. That swirling emptiness it puts me in a mind of old friends. Not to mention old foes. Oh, hello, Lyria. Thank you for the follow. That's a really pretty name, Lyria. I like it. I hope it sounds right when I say it. Istola, any thoughts? Istola is approaching the void gate with a scholarly eye. Oh, that's good.
I must admit, I am deathly curious to know how a void gate came to be hidden in the depths of these ruins.
To tell that tale, we must first peer far to the south, and even further into memory.
Oh, I'm glad you found Zepla's videos. He's so sweet.
An age 5 millennia passed when the Algan Empire sent an invading force to the shores of Merasidia. The southern people rallied around the commanding figures of Bahamut and Tiamat and fought fiercely to repel the would-be conquerors. With Bahamut's defeat, however, the tide turned against them. Desperate to seize any advantage, the Mercidians resorted to summoning primal entities. In response, Emperor Zande forged a covenant with the Cloud of Darkness, sovereign among the all-devouring denizens of the Void. Thus bolstered by icons on one side and Void Scent on the other, the two armies clashed in a battle of unspeakable carnage. So much death, so much loss.
I consider myself well versed in that period of history, yet you speak as one who witnessed it happen.
Well, yes, he's been
Indeed,
alive.
I did.
Grah, remember, they're very
roar of
old.
defiance and sped
Just know
towards
this
that
Katla.
war-torn land. Along with my sibling, Ashdaya. We dragons are not male or female as men are wont to classify, but elder sister is the closest a mortal tongue can come to describing what she meant to me. I was the last of our brood to hatch, and Ashdaya cared for me where my sire could not. Thus I was with her when Tiamat roared, I was with her when she journeyed south, and I was with her when she fought against the Void-sent hordes.
Aww.
Yet no matter how many of their vile fiends we cast down, more rose from the abyss to take their place. Faced with an unwinnable war of attrition, Ashdaya risked her all on a final gamble. She plunged through the void gate itself to strike at the root of their strength. I tried to follow in her wake, determined to lend what aid I could. But even as I came upon Alag's glittering tower, I saw the rift close behind her. And Ashdaya has been lost to us ever since.
I find I must retract my earlier claim of historical knowledge. Nowhere in the Crystal Tower's archives did I see mention of such noble sacrifice.
That does not surprise me. To Allagan eyes, it must have seemed as if a lone dragon, driven to madness, simply dove through the gate and did not return. For my part, I spent long years searching for the means to reunite with Ashdaya. Until I could search no more. Until Allag was dust, and the art to open a void gate large enough to accommodate a dragon forever lost.
Yet you have the beginnings of a gate right here, under the control of a harnessed device.
My discovery came before Radzat was founded. Though I scoured the lands for a method to cross the rift, it was beneath the sea that I chanced to find a natural planar fissure. It was, however, far too narrow to admit a worm's bulk. Only after our city rose upon the rock, and I could enlist the aid of our talented alchemists, did matters take a favorable turn.
It's still too small, isn't it?
Their dedication was beyond reproach. Tirelessly they worked to expand the fissure, and after decades of toil, it finally grew to a size that a child might pass through.
Oh, that's probably why he takes the child form.
Not long ago, you told us that you called out to your kin, that Ashdaya's answer was silence. I suspect the conclusion to your tale is not a joyful one.
With hope in my heart, I used the simulacrum to cross the threshold. But no, I did not find her. What I found was a host of void scent, clamoring around the opening they had sensed. 'Twas but a moment, but enough. I had no choice but to retreat and allow the portal to contract once more.
The gate was a threat to your people. You had to decide between endangering Radzat and abandoning your sister. And you chose the latter.
'Twas not that thy siblings scorned thy call. 'Twas that she was trapped beyond a barrier through which neither roar nor dragon may pass. Even now, in the desolate world of the 13th.
Can we find her?
I can scarce imagine your pain, yet it was wise not to linger in that place. Too long a sojourn, and even a being of your power risks being warped into a creature of the void.
Yes, he's probably not
You've seen
her
this
anymore.
phenomenon before, when we stepped into the darkness.
Yeah. Nero barely made it out. I remember when he turned purple.
Turned purple? Well, yes. His wounds had allowed the void's corruption to enter his body and twist his ether. Had it been allowed to progress much longer, I presume he would have been fully transformed.
Then there is little hope for Ashdaya.
There is.
Ah, no. I hadn't meant to. I speak only of possibilities. The scales of the first brood are extraordinarily resistant to ethereal fluctuations. They are the protective talisman's core components after all, and Even the corruption I described would struggle to overcome.
Giving him hope might not be good.
With the warding scale in one's possession, one could conceivably survive a stay in the 13th without being warped by its energies.
So we could search for her?
Be that as it may, it is too late to rescue my sister. 5,000 years too late. And now countless others look to me for guidance and protection. So when I sensed intruders in the ruins, I came only to ensure that the gate remained closed. That, and to secure the treasure, of course.
Can we talk about the treasure and the fact that people need it?
I wish only to forget the rest.
Oh. Gerðu það. Ég fæ mér eftir ég búin að streama. Puppy letting me know that he brought food if I want food. Wheatra's grief for a lost sibling will be no mystery to Estinian. His hath been alive entwined with sorrow, even before he became host to Nitok's essence. The 13th? What chaos must consume that world? I'm guessing this is the raid going to the 13th? I wondered how one of the first brood could simply vanish and leave no trace of her passage. Now I have my answer. Oh, Vitra. Millennia have passed since last I saw her, but I see Astaya in memory still, clear and vivid. So they managed not only to expand the fissure, but also manipulate it as one might a gate. Astonishing. Is there any chance I could learn more of how this feat was accomplished? I will tell you where I can. First, however, I must return to the High Crucible and arrange to replace the Guardians you so handily destroyed. It will not do to leave the gate undefended. My apologies. We were perhaps a touch zealous in our rush to uncover the vault's secret. If the constructs can't be repaired, we would be happy to offer our assistance. That would not be necessary, much as I retain spare vessels for myself. We keep duplicate Guardian on hand for such eventualities. In any case, we should return to Rasatan. I'm sorry, we didn't know it was your vault. That was unfortunate, but honestly, we did not mean to rob you. Not on purpose, at least. Yes. That was unfortunate. Whoopsie. He will forgive us, though. He will. Especially if he just explain, like, we met this grifter and saw this kid who felt bad, and we just figured if we would steal all the money and give it to him, he would be happy. We really like, you know, gold. And I may or may not have been planning on how I could steal at least like 25% for myself, but you know, that's a side thing. It was a most enjoyable expedition, for which I am grateful. As for mine evaluation, I shall impress upon the Loparist that Treasure Vault is incomplete without daunting sentinels to test the mettle of any would-be intruders. Did you have to do that, Oistinian? Urianje? Because I've gone into the thing and it was difficult. While I'm loath to keep Krile waiting much longer, I cannot bring myself to leave before hearing more of Vitra's tale. Vitra speaks as if Astaya is lost cause, but I wager he feels different in his heart of heart. There is much about the Void Gate that I cannot even begin to explain. I must convince Vitra to share everything he knows. It's quite a gathering. To what do we owe the pleasure? Oh, you know, we want to know how you made the Void Gate, so we can make our own, except not to the Void. Other places. I promise we will discuss the Void Gate further, but first I must attend to the matter of the Wolf Sentinels. As your instruments have no doubt informed you, the Capiculu has been reduced to so much scrap. Please bring a new one out of storage, and see that it's conveyed to its post along with some few lesser constructs. Was it tomb robbers? Being born of the Tower of Sod? By the sisters, do not tell me a blasphemy yet roams free. No, it was us. I'm sorry. We are very efficient. I'm also very embarrassed right now. We are sorry. I love how they all like nah. Why such guilty faces? Surely it isn't you who are responsible for this. Oh. Well, the details aren't important. Yeah, I shall see it's done immediately. That was... Oopsie daisy. We didn't mean to cause issues. And with that, the vault will soon be secure once more. Now, I believe you had questions. Quite a few, in fact, but I would like to begin with the gate itself. It's still functional, yes? Indeed, which is why I saw it sealed with an alchemical forge lock and warded it with my magic. This power must not fall into the wrong hands. In truth, the primary reason for the vault construction was to keep the gate hidden from the outside world. So much effort for such a little door. That little door you speak of leads to the abyss, teeming with unspeakable horrors. That said, in its current state, it would admit only the lowliest of Voidsend, and from this side, no man would be able to pass through. No man? I should think Alfino would fit, given a firm enough push. Physical size is only one consideration. The true restriction hinges upon the etherical density of the soul in transit. Oh. And yet you succeed in expanding this diminutive portal and sending your simulacrum to the 13th? Thanks to my brilliant alchemist, I should have destroyed the anomaly when I found it, but instead I bade them devise a mean to control it. After much experimentation, they accomplished the impossible. A method was conceived by which my magic could manipulate the fissure and transform it into a serviceable gate. But the process has long since been forgotten. Once I had given up searching for Astaya, there was no need to preserve such esoteric and dangerous knowledge. Thus has the gate lain dormant for years uncounted. Our own passage to the 13 was made relatively simple thanks to the Crystal Tower. An ancient mechanism channeled the tower's vast stores of energy to open a void gate, one bound to a covenant made with the Cloud of Darkness. Once the sovereign entity was beaten back, however, the covenant was broken and the doorway severed from its connection to the void. Theoretically, it should be possible to reconnect the gate by forging a new pact with another Voidsend. But such deals usually end in betrayal and death. In any case, we should attempt to gain an understanding of the Bounty Gate. Mayhap we could resume the search for your sister. As I've already explained, I put those futile hopes to rest centuries ago. My place and my duty is here now. I meant to ask, what prompted you to search for the vault in the first place? To see if the legends were true. As you've seen, the fabulous wealth from the stories is quite real, if not its rumored origin, but I'm afraid I must assert a prior claim. I've been adding to the troves for years, little by little, but the time has come to spend it that I might alleviate my people's suffering. Then we are of one mind. We had no intention of taking it for ourselves. Isn't that right, my friend? Sure. Yes. None for me. Your Excellency, would you object if I were to conduct a closer examination of the cave? I will make no attempt to open it, of course. I owe you, and yours a debt that can never be repaid. Whatever boon you ask of me, you shall have it. You're most gracious. I shall take full advantage of your permission. Would that I could join these in thy study, but the Loperis will be anxious to receive my report. Beg my leave of you. I say, not a single coin on Glam, nope. And there must be off Sjarlain as well, so they're all just leaving. Mr. Kryl was eager to speak with you about the request, so please come back to the annex as soon as you're able. Farewell for now. Oh, this must be the split. So we can either go with Yustola, which will probably lead to the raid, or to Kryl, who would lead to ongoing stories. We can discuss my finding once I return. You'll not be rid of me so easily. Right? You may now undertake the Chronicle of a New Era quest series, Myths of the Realm. Speak with a fresh-faced student at Baldesion Annex to accept the first quest. Oh. The difficult part in all of this will be deciding how best to put these riches to use. Will you lend me your assistance in these deliberations? Yes, of course. Is the students of Baldesion, is that the raid? I need to know, like, which way I'm supposed to be going. Thank you, Melicity. Melicity and I are in this together. I will follow her example. Thank you. So, Abe, am I supposed to continue here or go talk to the students? Meanwhile, elsewhere. Oh, follow MSQ icon, of course. Students is next week. Okay. This looks like this is on the 13th. Somebody has like a really big fancy throne. That is strange. I sensed the breaching of a gate, but it was not instigated from this side. It was thrown open from the other. Oh, this is the part where Final Fantasy IV fans all start to squee uncontrollably. They really like connecting the games. I'm gonna have to play through some of the old games at some point. I will do it on stream so I can do it with you guys. I too felt it, a rare occurrence, yes. But such a tiny portal is beneath our notice. There are more pressing matters at hand. An opportunity is upon us. Wait, so the thrones are speaking? What is the first one I have to play? I will follow your guys' judgment on the order of playing the Final Fantasy game. The coming of which we have awaited for nigh on 10,000 years. We dare not let it slip out of our grasp. Yet we must not underestimate who besteeds the cloud of darkness. Even restrained by covenant, the cloud was no feeble wisp to be dispersed by some flesh and blood mortals. So there are different thrones in the void. Throne of water. Ah, let her come. I will drown the world and watch this fleshling gasp for breath in her final moments. But if those are all like thrones of elements, then we have the knight in black. Your zeal is admirable, but forget not our cause. Think back on our struggles beneath this sunless sky. Remember why we see not our will to fight. It's time we set the war in motion and win the redemption for our star. Ooh, I like him. So yeah, this is this is the raid, maybe? Or maybe this is like the bigger story. Getting the wealth. Vitra wishes to discuss the distribution of the treasure. I'm gonna call this guy probably Vitra from now on because it's easier for me to say than Varashan. Shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which group would benefit most from monetary assistance. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the satrap directly, so I would ask that you act in my stead. Right away. Melicity, you are to visit Akali and Yetlitham. Speak with Matsai and his people and listen to their grievances. Estinian, I bid you do the same at Palakastan. I will be conducting my own inquiries at the Gianskal ground. Once you believe you have ascertained the need of the populace, we can reconvene at Megaduta. Alright? Talk to the people, find out who is in desperate need for money. I like the music. Like, just the music in just all of this area is so good. Also, it's just so colorful and pretty and bright. Also, I love the smell. It is so nice. It came out and I owned it when it finally arrived by the mail because I think everybody was buying it or something off the store, so it took forever to show up. Hey, Matsaya! Oh, Melicity, I was so glad to see you had returned unharmed. You finished with the boat then? Yep. Not gonna do that again. Anything the village desperately needs? Well, I suppose Kalsal's laws hit us the hardest. I've been trying to find buyers for my fish, but although I sell a few here and there, it's so much more difficult than it was before. Everyone's still struggling to rebuild their lives, but now we're just banding together as best we can. So they need a reliable merchant in the area. That makes sense. Oh, so the map was leaked some time ago because it was released first on the Chinese version of the game. So people have literally been waiting, credit card in hand, for the moment it came here. Yes, as soon as I saw it, I was like, I need this. Greetings and welcome, traveler. If this is your first visit to Thavnir, then you must try my special Amras Lassi. Its refreshing zest cannot be beat. What could such a wonder cost you, you wonder? Normally a part with 3 bottles for the generous price of 19,800 gil? But for you, I'm willing to go as low as even 10,000. You'd be practically stealing it from me. They need reliable merchants who are not scammers. Still not turning a profit these days, huh? Times are harsh, my friend. The world may no longer be on fire, but we are still shifting through the ashes, so to speak. Sister, spare me. We might as well have that ugly tower back for the scant few travelers we see these days. It's not helping that you're trying to scam any person who walks in. I myself barely have the coin to buy at local prices. I tell you, if I didn't charge the odd adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea, I would be scavenging for scraps in the street. So we need merchants, but we also need commerce. Kill staff. You okay? How fares the port? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? The trade routes are open once more now that danger has passed, certainly. But no small number of merchants have had to sell their ship to make ends meet in the short term. Add to that the sailor we lost in the final days, and it's little wonder the flow of export is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Kalasal and his consortium were still with us, I'm sure he would have found a way to turn our fortunes around. Now that was a man who got things done, God rest his soul. You've spoken with the key local figures and gained an understanding of the populace hardship. Vitra awaits your report at Megaduda. I'm thinking... So, what they need is they need a reliable, like, central merchant thing. They need the ability to more easily import and export wares via ships. And they need more travelers. So yeah, so commerce is the problem over there. It would seem my stint at Vitraspac did not go unnoticed. I couldn't take 2 steps before another Tavnaria was thanking me profusely for saving their home. Abe's so happy because I used the Ethernet. It was a long way to walk. Ah, my advice return. I just made it back myself. So? Why do you retain this vessel now that your true form is known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of the time. Be that as may, the sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling, to say the least. And there are few places I can enter comfortably without the risk of flattering some cart or stall. Understandably, you're very big. Fair enough. As for my inquiries, the people of Palakistan were unanimous in the reply. Abe is going to be so disappointed when I immediately forget to use this again. They're surviving. The resources were stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they persevered with some assistance from Yetlit Mad. From what I understand, they've always been an independent community, hunters and foragers, and the like, and I was assured that the jungle provides for the need, for the most part. Palakistan has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself heard good news and bad. The quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant gold to a foreign trader. But such visitors are few and far between. Compared to our best year, the weight of stone leaving Thavnir has been light indeed. Our nation is small and isolated, and prosperity depends on a steady stream of export. We must identify any obstacle to the flow of trade, so we may begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in Akalai and Yetlimat? We need merchant, like centralized merchant. The other merchants are scamming people, and we need ships. I see. Without a dedicated buyer, the average fishman must struggle to offload his daily catch. Which is why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and shortage of able-bodied sailor in Yetlimat. I am reminded of child I spied as I made my way back to the palace. His father lost at sea when the beast sunk their vessel. So many variations of the same tragic tale, repeated over and over. So many lives lost. This is sadly the reality we are facing. Ow. It's windy outside. It was loud. Enough grief to drown in if we let ourselves be overcome. But we will not. Melicity, Estinian, I will consider the perspective you brought me, and devise a plan to help my people confront this adversary. Come, I would like you to be in attendance when I announce the proposal to my assembled functionaries. That sounded like a dragon. Yeah, that was the wind. The wind decided it... The window is closed, but wind decided it wanted to come in. So it whistled. It startled the cat and everything.
I thank you for your attendance. The riches the Radiant Host have retrieved were hoarded in Alzadal's name. A fortune I set aside for a future day of need. And lo, that day hath come. May it aid our wounded city in reclaiming its vibrancy and vigor. In better times, I would leave such a task to our capable Ahawan. God's rest his soul. Finding myself bereft of his counsel in the here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedlamad. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more. None were spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this, I am well aware.
Horrifying to see his side, where all the scales were taken off.
But
Like,
an absence was created by the loss of Karzal's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
I think that's
And
what
what
needs
of
to
the
happen.
children who were left without family to care for them?
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. A simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society.
Make an orphanage?
Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come. Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course?
I would say the Firmament's orphanage was built as part of the communal restoration effort. Because that's kind of what we're trying to do, right? I can see Estinian adopting them all.
Of course, the revival of trade can contribute to the building of a new institution. Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of Al-Zadal's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage. Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name.
I mean, something with Kalasal seems appropriate.
A fitting candidate. Kalzal but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among you object to this proposition? Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Kalzal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well. Isn't that right, men?
We need to remember
This
who
bodes
he
well for
was,
us,
not
boy.
what he became.
Mirad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Kalzal Foundation. Nabdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor. Clerks, see to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
Mithra is a really good leader. I quite like them. I really hope we can find his sister.
Dragon
Bring
and
him some
man,
peace.
side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. Reminded of Ishgard.
I hope we get to see the orphanage. The pancakes. Everything else looked kind of shady. But pancakes, I know what pancakes are. Vitra is warming to his role as satrap. Clearly all those years behind the curtain were not spent napping. Well, of course not. The veteran Radian wishes to share his gratitude. Thank you for putting forth Kalasal's name. Those whose life he enriched will be grateful, I guess. You will forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from Archony Stola. He asked that you meet her at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Understood, thank you. Stola must have finished her study of the Void Gate. Shall we hear what she has to say then? I will go with you. No problem, Vitra. We will happy to have you with us. I thought the satrap would be too busy setting up the foundation. My clerks have been well-oiled cogs of this administration since before Ivan's assumed the office. They understand what needs to be done. And I'm curious to learn what conclusion your Archon has reached concerning the gate unique construction. As you wish. Allow me to lead the way, Your Excellency. Right? Where do I need to... Oh, I just need to go to the alchemy thing. Okay. So that's not actually that far, which is nice. It is... here? Then I need to go this way. But I really hope we get to see the orphanage. I also want to rebuild something, like we did with, like people did with with the Doban Enclave. For one who claims it is too late to save his sister, Vitra seems awfully interested in whatever revelation his stolen may have to share. Shall we hear what your scholarly comrade has to say? Yes. Istola, share with us the news.
Right, here we all are.
Oh, is there an aetheryte there? I didn't see it on the map.
You discovered something new.
I took a closer look at that device. I was able to determine how it keeps the Void Gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening. For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vitra's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics. From what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them. Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the first.
Yeah, I've done that weird fly through space kind of thing.
You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world. The magics tore a hole in the wall separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness.
Mm-hmm.
In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway.
I remember we saw like a lot of memories and stuff on the way.
Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the first.
Mm-hmm.
The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
But the gates do
What of
it?
the many voids sent found in the source? Who guides them here, and how?
An excellent question. Though there are several methods by which the Void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical. For example, let us consider the Gargoyle, a creature of middling power. To call upon such an entity, the prospective summoner must force open a void gate. The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact. Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner. Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain Exarch dragged us to the first. And just as our bodies remained in our world, the Void Sense physical form is left behind in the 13th.
So they have to have the statues ready for them to inhabit?
Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit. In the gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
Wait. You said that Voidsent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the source and its reflections.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
No. The danger is too great.
Oh no, don't stop us. Like, this is a fascinating thing we could discover.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
Were you not listening to my tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages.
Oh, poor guy.
Even could you
He's
force
no
the
idea
portal
how
wide
stubborn we
enough,
are.
you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
Yes.
I assure you I was most attentive. And I agree that to go alone would be certain death.
But I could
But
go.
if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th and humbled the cloud of darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved.
Count me in. I am not one for taking it easy. I will get bored to tears.
I had a feeling you might say that.
I don't think my warrior of light is capable of relaxing anymore. Too much
Once
drama.
again, I put my life in your ever-reliable hands.
Aww, yes. You're so sweet. Also, thank you for kneeling down so we could
That
be eye
said,
to
as
eye.
much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
Please, Vitra.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single void scent will be allowed to threaten Radzat-Han, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
You have a plan.
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daimir was overseeing the project.
Daimir. Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
I did not fully comprehend the theory. But their research began with a void scent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made void scent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
They made their own void scent?
A man-made void scent?
Like without summoning?
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daemir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
If that's true, then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built. Which leaves us with...
Brilliant. So we know where they are. Kinda, within a very, very big library. Within Graha's favorite place to sneak around.
Indeed. Numenon's restricted stacks may very well hold a copy.
Oh, it's just a matter of finding them.
In which case, I say we head directly to Charlene.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelves, I see myself being of little use. Go on ahead. I still need to find Mirad and tell him about the Kalzal Foundation.
He is gonna end up adopting, like, bunch of children. We're gonna come back and he's gonna be, like, the parent in the orphanage.
Let us be on our way as well.
Like, we're gonna end up with a Yakuza situation where we have basically, like, a super badass running an orphanage.
To venture into the void. Do I sit idly by?
I mean, we could take your, like, little version with us. I don't think... I really don't think taking the dragon with us would be a good idea, because the dragon has, like, a really big wound on his side. And that could be really bad for him. I love I have my little piggy just walking around here. I always see him, like, in the background from time to time, just wandering about. That's a cute little thing. If we're to enter Numenon's restricted archive with a minimum of us, then we must secure the permission of the Forum. First, however, we shall need to enlist the cooperation of a member to broach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think might be inclined to assist us? I think Fortuna owns us so much. No one springs to mind? What about Scholar Montesquieu? He did come to Graha's defense during the inquiry, after all. I mean, yeah. It's settled. Let us head to Phenomenon and see if he's willing to help us once more. Istola is now accompanying you. If I were pressed to name our allies in the Forum, Scholar Montesquieu would certainly be at the top of the list. Hopefully he agrees to aid us with our request. I still think, like, we wouldn't have talked first to talk to Porcino and just go like, hey, your kids are still alive, right? I made sure they were okay as we went through horrible places. We're just not gonna tell him about the whole dying business. And like, they're here. You owe me a favor. So, can you let us, you know, go in, get those books? Well, maybe not. I'm... One thing I'm curious about. I saw a lot of memes some time ago about people dressing up the twins' mom. I'm really curious how that ends up happening. Oh, what the... flesh. Like, I thought this would be a way to start us on that. I apprenticed to Master Matoya at the age of 7 and labored under her tutelage for a full decade. I never had the chance to attend the studium. Neither did Tancred, as I recall. Soon after Master Louisoix took him off the street, he was put in the care of another Archon. His was a rigorous and practical education in the art of espionage and survival. It's part of the weekly deliveries. Oh. I haven't really opened them up yet, I think. I sometimes wonder what my life may have been like had I pursued studies here instead. Key at the last stand after a day of lectures. Oh, that does sound lovely. Afternoon with friends spent sipping tea and debating theories. Still, I wouldn't give up the time with Master Matoya for the world. The dank cave I studied in was about as far from the bright, airy halls of academia as one could get, but it was a wondrous, magical childhood nonetheless. Oh, so it's part of the crafting and gathering quest. I haven't finished. I've opened them up, so I could go as a fisher. I just haven't continued on with that quest line because I've just been. There's so much stuff I have to unlock in the game right now. Stuff I'm working on, along with lore videos and other things. So I haven't had the time. I'm gonna have to get to that. Hello, sir. Can you please convince the forum to let us go into this forbidden part of the library? Ah, visitors, and quite esteemed ones at that. What may I do for you? It's getting quite dark in here. Let me brighten things up a bit. There we go. Pray forgive the intrusion, Scholar, but we were hoping you might help us secure permission to enter Numenon's restricted archives. Oh, no 30 forays into the stacks at this time, eh? No, this time we're just thinking about, like, asking. I applaud this newfound sense of propriety, yet in all this wide world of comparative serenity, what so compels you to disturb a vault of forbidden wisdom? We want to learn about void gates. Specifically how to open them. Because that sounds like a definitely very safe thing to let us do. Could not lead to any problems in the future, no. Fascinating. I had no idea such a technique existed. I would be surprised if you had. If my assumption is correct, the research left behind by House Demir has lain dormant in Charlayan archive for many centuries. And if you unearth this research, what then? Surely you don't intend to cross over into the void. Yes, that is in fact precisely what we intend. To what end, pray tell? Well, to develop a method of traversing the rift, for one, that I might keep my word to a distant friend. Sentiment aside, I have journeyed to the end of existence. I've heard, felt, and thought endlessly about the truth of our world, and the echo of its future. And yet I want to understand everything, to unravel it all down to its very last secret. What scholar worthy of the name wouldn't force open a void gate or two if a grand revelation was the promised reward? Ha! Marvelous! An audacious proposal worthy of Master Matoya herself. And after hearing the whys and the wherefores, I for one do not believe you would use the knowledge for ill. I see no reason not to present your request to the forum's consideration. Yeah, now it's just a matter of trying to convince them. Although your petition would be better received if you also had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Forsino? Why, Master Forsino, of course. He can hardly ignore an earnest request from his dear children's most treasured comrades. I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there is no denying that having Master Forsino on our side would tip the balance in our favor. Very well, we will pay a visit to the Levier estate and plead our case. Yay! one last thing before you go. I would consider it a personal favor if you might share with me the discoveries you made in the void. My appetite for knowledge is every bit as insatiable as yours. I would wager so if you could see a way to indulge an old man's curiosity. Oh, we would happily share it. Of course, Scholar. We will be sure to pass on any revelation. The forum can be cantankerous at best. One needs a persuasive voice to get it moving in the desired direction. Which is why we're gonna get Fortuno. He can help us. So, can I use an Aetheryte if I have her with me? Like, will she teleport as well? So I could maybe... Can I, like, use here and go here? Is he gonna follow? She does follow. I don't see any talking things on the way, so... we go. Hello, sir. We need to talk to the master of the house. Please, and thank you. Ah, Mistress Melicity. Mistress Yustola, how may I be of service? We came to speak with Master Fortuno. Is he home by any chance? Yes, the master is in residence. I shall inform him that he has guests. Perfect. Well, well. Emilians would invite you inside for tea, but I assume this is not a social visit? You have some matter of import to discuss? Yes. Then pray proceed. You have my full attention. You know, we need books so we can open a void gate, which could potentially doom the world when you think about it, but don't think about it. Poor man. Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocol this time around. So, Scholar Montaigne expressed much the same sentiment. I assure you, we will not attempt to circumvent the forum authority again. Unless it's absolutely necessary, of course. So if you say no, we'll steal the books. Of course. I mean, that's what's gonna happen. You do understand that the restrictive archives are restricted for good reason. Yes, if no pressing need exists, then why risk the consequences of employing this forbidden knowledge? For a brother who misses his sister, he was his guardian and his friend, a selfless hero who crossed the rift between worlds to save her homeland from horror and suffering. But the brother has given up on thought of reunion. He spent his efforts elsewhere, watching over a people yet healing from the flames of the final days, loyal to his duty while betraying the longing in his heart. It's no vital mission, perhaps, reuniting the siblings, but it would a worthy cause to pursue all the same. As one who feared losing his own loved ones and spent years in research to prevent it, surely you appreciate how painful such a separation must be. She's clever. Reflections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share your experience in the first should constitute a fair exchange for our cooperation. We will happily do that. Do not celebrate just yet. The forum must still be convinced. I will add your request to the list of today's deliberation and deliver the decision to you at the Baldestian Annex. Sounds like a plan. We are making quick progress. Now I need to go to the annex. And there is an Aetheryte like right outside the annex. So we will use that. The ape has to be like, he has to send me so many cookies now because I have done very good today. Though I more consider this the repayment for like all the good things he does for me. Well, hopefully he will come soon with good news. So, what did the forum decide? To put it bluntly, Master Matoya has burned some bridges here in Sjarlayan, and salted the earth for good measure. When it became clear that her student was the petitioner in question, well, no few members voiced their discontent. Then the chamber was reminded, in no uncertain term I might add, of the incredible debt we owe to you and your companions. Exactly. God, that's a death stare. That served to silence the grumbles and stiffened a few spines, and it was agreed that allowing you entry to the archive was the least we could do in return. That's wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf. Yes, well, as I'm sure you're aware, this permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge is to be treated with utmost caution, and there will be repercussion if it's not. I wish you well in your endeavor, and bid you good day. He's still so stiff. Ever the same, that one. Uncompromising, aye, but that very stoicism is exactly what Sjarlayan need to guide it through not one but two exodus. If I were but 5 years younger, I would cast aside my lectern and join you on your adventure in a heartbeat. That went rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed up any number of schemes for getting my hands on those forbidden tomes, and now I can simply walk in through the door. Our focus will be on finding House the mere research notes, of course, but the thought of so much knowledge at my disposal has me a little giddy. I can understand that very well. Monteshane is waiting to offer you further instruction, alright? You'll be heading directly to the archives from here, I presume? Yes. You presume correctly. Then you'll want to speak with the index page when you arrive. It's been instructed to grant you access to the restricted section. Excellent. Once again, we thank you for all your help. Oh, it was my pleasure. Believe me, may you find the knowledge you seek. Shall we? And she's accompanying me. You should have new dialogue now. Come along, Melicity. Numenon and his forbidden wisdom awaits. Yes. Now we need to go across here and up to Numenon. The city has such nice music. It's so relaxed. Hey, pudding way. I guess my pudding wasn't needed to stop the final days after all, but I persevere. Once people taste it, they'll even be happier than they were before the apocalypse started. I just know it. Aww. I did meet up with him the other day to help him get to taste some pudding. We had to do some deliveries. It was very cute. Discuss Numenon. To think the set of instructions I laughingly imagine may actually exist, but yalms away from where you found me napping. If I had known of Asaldal III's exploit sooner, I could well have saved myself days of research. Even a children's book may have pointed me in the right direction. To achieve the impossible, one must need to be flexible of mind and look beyond conventional wisdom. At least I had already learned. A lesson I had already learned, but clearly not taken to heart. Abe says 3 quests left, which is good because the stream is running a little bit late now. Arkun Yistola and guest identified. Do you wish to proceed into the restricted archives? Yes, please. Follow me if you would. Watch your step and please note that the use of naked flame is discouraged. Yes, I can understand why. Ooh. This is fancy. So how do we find the right book?
If House Damia's notes are to be found anywhere, it will be here. Let us begin.
I wonder if they have like an index or something of like, hey, isn't this shelf? No? You. No smoking, no throwing books, and no yelling out Eureka in an obnoxiously loud voice. Bye. Entitled Journal. Today in a world not my own, I met the most beautiful void-born creature. She was so unlike her ravenous brethren, eyes blazing not with hunger but trembling like a candle's flame, threatening to flicker out at any moment. I wonder if she is even the proper word. Such distinctions seem inconsequential, insignificant even. All that matters is the love I feel for this exquisite, transcendent being. Though you're tempted to read more, this does not seem to be the volume you're seeking. No! It does sound like somebody was though trying to day a void fiend. Which sounds not good. In the year 1564 of the 6th Astral Era, the Amaldia summoned Ifrit, the patron god. Accounts describe the being as gigantic lizard-like being with a potent command of fire-aspected magic. If we consider the primal summoning is an act fueled by faith and prayer, it is unsurprising, if not expected, that the resulting deformed entity should manifest the appearance and power with which it is attributed by its worshippers. What then might emerge from the ether should one who believe in an almighty omniscience attempt the same ritual? Would the scholar himself grace us with his presence? Some other embodiment of divine sacrity? Could this man-made god truly be all-knowing? And if it were, whence would such knowledge arise? I myself have many questions concerning the nature of the ancient world, with no spell to transport me back to the days of old. Could I instead summon a being possessed of encyclopedia wisdom of every age, yet with no means to verify its pronouncement? How could one be certain they are true? Though your mind spins with possibilities discussed therein, this does not seem to be the volume you're seeking. I would love to find this person. We should try summoning something together. He would also probably doom the world if he summoned a being that knows everything. The following pages detail an advanced method of manipulating rift-spawning apertures as devised by Nuhashan, the 9th patriarch of House Demir. We present these research notes to the faculty of Sierra Studium as both a token of our friendship and as an expression of our boundless admiration. You seem to have located the forbidden tome, Yistola. I found it. Have you something you'd like to show me, do you? My apologies. I flipped open but a single book and was completely absorbed by the contents. Yes, but I got the book. A forbidden research log detailing an advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures is devised by the Nurashan. Yes. So, this is the book. What do we do now? Well done, Melicity. I think you may have found our prize. Remember, no shouting Eureka or we get kicked out. Is a pretty book.
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Damia's resonance many times at the Great Work. Time to see what all the fuss was about. Among the ranks of the Voidsent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard. From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures. A talent which sorely tested the Radiant Host in its battles against these abominations.
I remember encountering these before. Like in the Crystal Tower raid. They're really annoying.
Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings revealed that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate. Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism. We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial Atomos.
But where would it be now? Don't yell, Eureka.
How could I have been so blind to the possibilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon Voidsent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales.
I have really no recollection of anything before the 7th.
House Damia went and built a mock Atomos of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive. It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves. Ah, but that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and we kind of need to keep on the good side. Also, I found really disturbing books here, so you don't want to go through these. Some of them are really messed up. No use of open flame. Puts book right next to a couple of lit candles. Why are there lit candles somewhere where no open flame is allowed? That seems suspect. Congratulations on locating the object of your search. Please move along. As much as I would love to start crafting the Atomos, I'm afraid this is far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, we know a Hannes alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in our House Damer project. Our business here is concluded for the moment. Please pass our regard to the forum. Your message will be conveyed. Should you wish to indulge in more forbidden literature, I will be here. Patron mode disabled. Security mode engaged. If anyone can help us, Nidana can. I say we return to Thavnir and look for her at the great work. It is really easy to see that GG lineage at times, yeah. Still blows my, like, I think it's so funny that GG is the first like, he's the first Mehmet. And they never seem to have managed to improve on the personality. But that's what makes Gigi so wonderful, because he is just so mean. And forever with my ugly ring stuck inside him. All these shallow sleep-deprived faces, but their eyes still burn with fierce zeal. Some things never change. What have you guys been working on so fiercely? Yestola tells me you're pursuing a most fascinating study, and that you want me to be part of it. Yes. I have no doubt you will be interested. This research log should speak for itself. Will it now? By the sisters, this is the mark of House Demir. I never even knew such a work existed. Few shared it was sequestered in Numenon's restricted archives after all. It was, but that means every word within is forbidden knowledge. A forbidden tome filled with forbidden research, and you put it right into my unsuspecting hands. I can hardly wait to read it. He is so sweet. We've met so many, like, really lovely people in this expansion. I quite like it. To think that Emir was developing such marvelous technology so long ago. How many innovations have been lost for the centuries, I wonder? Now that you glance over the notes, what say you to help us build a new mock Atomos? I say yes, 1,000 times yes. Work on a Demir project that had been that had even the redoubled scholar of Sharlayan trembling in their sandals? No alchemist of the great work would resist. You are a woman after my own heart. Oh, I suppose I should ask, what do you mean to do with this big-mouthed simulacrum once we build it? Travel to the 13th. So there's a secret void gate, and is sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the bounty. Today is a day of revelations indeed. If the purpose of your man-made Atomos is to expand this hidden portal, then I will need to see it for myself, I think. Manipulating rift-spanning aperture is not the sort of thing you want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor. Then by all means accompany us to the vault. I plan to lead us back there shortly, once we finish gathering the components I require. What components do we require? Sharlayan's market provided the raw aquamarine and pure water crystal, but I might need help obtaining a small quantity of astrally infused water. For such a liquid, you need go no further than the font of Maya. The aesthetic of old ones favored the place for their meditation, and the water which pools there now is known to enliven? Anyway, the flow of ether. That sounds perfect. It would be if you would be so kind as to fill a flask at the pool. I will petition Vitra to join us. The idea I have in mind won't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gate. Shall we be about it then? We meet back here anon? Yes. I will go get the water. You go get Vitra. And Natana takes care of the book. Ah, there is no greater joy than having a new puzzle to ponder. One thing that's kind of funny about the MSQ is we rarely have to fight things. So far in this stream, I have done a dungeon where I had to fight things. Then I think I haven't fought a single thing. It's all just been story. Like, it's not bad, I just always think it's kind of funny. Yeah, this is the place I'm going to. Is the water supposed to be green, though? Ooh. Astrally dense pocket of water. I, for one, would not drink it, at least. Oh, I can teleport back. Give me 1 moment. I'm gonna get to run to the bathroom. And we're back. Hey, cutie. I guess he woke up when I left my chair. That's a silly bean. Oh, I forgot to mention the font of Maya attracts aggressive wildlife, and you should watch out for them when you go there next time. My apologies. Nothing attacked me. Oh, she is very cozy. Her name is Katla, and she's about 11 years old. And she rules everything. Archony Stola requested that I join you, but offered plans she offered scant detail. Oh, Estinian. The boy Mirad was glad to hear the news of the Foundation. It means a new life for him and his sister. Good, good. Did you, have you seen where they're gonna live? I wanna see where they're gonna live. Do you have the flask for me? Yes. Is it meant to be green? I highly recommend not drinking this. Yes, this should suffice. Thank you, Melicity. No. Guess I'll take the skills, the spell speed. Istola is eager to depart for the vault. Look who I came across. Estinian seemed in need of diversion, and we in turn may have need of his lands. Right then. Now that our little party is assembled, let us make our way to the ruins. Will we have need of Matsuya's boat again? Not this time. Once Istola informed me of your destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made ready at Akyali. Your Excellency is ever the gracious host, shall we? I mean, I guess he would also just see it as reasonable that we don't have to go borrowing boats left and right. Because that could be a bother, not just for us, but also for the people who own the boats and might want to use them. This place is so pretty. It's so nice. When I first came here, I wasn't quite sure if I would like how saturated everything is, but I've quite fallen in love with it. I like seeing the purple mountains and stuff. And all this time, I thought the tales of Alsadan Horde were no more than drunken sailor fancies. It's likely not needed with Varsina along, but I held onto the map again against the chance we might return to the ruins. On the boat, if you please. We can chat on the way there. need not keep your weapons close at hand. The Guardian will not attack if I'm present, so I pray you leave them be. I do not plan to kill your Guardians again. The ship is yours to command. Oh, thanks. We will set sail at once. Oh, this is so exciting. Also the legacy, to see the truth of a legend with mine own eyes. All aboard for the treasure vault. Yeah. This is nice. So we can just kind of come and go. I thought we cleared this place of construct the last time we came through. It would seem a few stragglers remained. No, they brought new ones. You were with us. Justinian, you were with us when we spoke to Vitra about getting new constructs. I don't think he was listening. Poor Vitra. He really should have spoken with Justinian before we left. Shudder to think what we've cost them in the terms of construct material. No, Justinian. Did you attack them? He laid waste to them ere I could utter a single word. He was with us. He was with us when we... Justinian! Oh dear.
The ruins alone were impressive enough, but I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty.
It's quite impressive.
It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
Well, it has a purpose.
My apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
What is it you're doing now?
There's something I wish to verify. The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater. Graha theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence. But I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
So, this is an experiment of sorts?
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
Put them in the void? I mean, send a familiar?
Very good. I see you've been paying attention. As Vritra sent his simulacrum, so too shall we rely on a familiar to bear the brunt of any unpleasant consequences.
Please don't make it cute. Can you make it just an undescript orb?
Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same. I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
I mislike the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
I don't know, it's gonna be small and cute, isn't it?
From ocean rise and cloudbank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born.
water, froth and foam!
Is it one of the frogs? She sounded so excited there.
I fear she's been possessed.
Yep. She did sound possessed there.
Now. That was adorable.
It was. It was so cute. They are so cute.
Not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate. I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual. In any case, these two should serve us well. This one will bear a warding scale. And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption.
Oh.
If I could impose upon you to open the gate. Your Excellency?
You okay?
Yes, of course.
We should also be wary of void scent slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nadana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well.
I'm always on my guard. Froth and foam!
Oh, are you volunteering to join the Nixies? I could shrink you down, you know.
Yes. No, okay.
Let us begin, shall we?
I like that they're using the Halloween music. I think it's the Halloween music at least.
Nixies, into the void.
I love that she made these to play with when she was a kid. Sister, save me! I will never see Estola the same way again. Froth and foam indeed. I struggle to picture Estola as a little girl. Easier to believe she sprang fully formed from one of Master Matoya's cauldrons. Every time I come here, it reminds me of the dark portal above the Crystal Tower, and the final lash of Astaya's tail as he plunged into the void. We need to wait for a time to ensure a meaningful result. Be patient and keep watch for any danger. Ah yes, something might actually slip through. As in, imps might come through, I guess. That was still so cute. Nidana, you okay there in the background? You're doing like a weird dance.
I think we've waited long enough. Nixies, return to my side.
No, that one is not in good shape.
Thank you, little one. You did well.
Poor thing. Its essence has been irrevocably warped.
We're out of time. I must reseal the Void Gate.
Oh!
They're coming through!
That's pretty gross.
In the name of Alzadal III, I bar this door unto the void.
Well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
Don't worry, Estinian would have skewered them all. All one.
And
It
what
looks
of our
in
experiment?
pain.
I'd say the results speak for themselves.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium. Rest now, little ones.
Graha's theory was correct then.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation. It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently. We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
Ah, my apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives. The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness. In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void. You remember Una Kalhai, the unusual child we met during our troubles with the Warring Triad. He explained the fate of the 13th thus. The champions of that ill-fated world used a stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. But those self-same heroes were gradually corrupted by the Auracite's bleeding energies, transforming into fiends with an endless hunger for ether. By the time anyone thought to oppose them, Light's strength had grown too feeble, and the balance of the 13th tipped into eternal darkness. And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition?
Well, it was definitely an interesting place to go. There's like nothing around, just places floating in the sky.
I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way. But first I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos.
Alright. Everybody's getting a job.
Or I could if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives? Your Excellency?
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
We will see you back in the city then.
Mm-hmm. Sure. He's very lost in thought. Yeah, he's looking upset. That's probably not a good thing. Seeing the Void Terror firsthand was an experience, but I doubt fear for such creature is at the root of Vitra's hesitation. A satrap's duty. He still ponders the next stage of your preparation to enter the Void. Oh, by the way, so this is the last quest, but don't leave right after it because I'm going to be doing a little poll. So I would like for you all to be here, preferably. Oh, that was quick. Will you be crossing the threshold alongside us? I realize this is more my endeavor than yours. To be honest, I have no interest in visiting the Void myself. Might we discuss this later? There is something I must do first. He knows something is wrong with Vitra. Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? I at least had good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie ritual. Shall we proceed with our other preparations then? As we saw, the warding scale can be effective at protecting the bearer from other sources of etheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman durability will need to be improved if it is to withstand the void influence for a prolonged length of time. And I think it is a problem we can address without involving the brilliant but busy alchemist who created it. Who do we know who excels at this kind of structural augmentation? Garland Ironworks? An excellent suggestion. As I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the void and its volatile energies. With his experience at hand at the helm, I have every confidence the ironwork can strengthen the warding scales. Come, let us visit this operation in Ralkreet and commission their best and brightest. Hey, I need to know, can you write how you would like the poll to be worded? Ah, okay, I think I get what you mean. I like that they teleport us to like dedicated places. Perhaps this young man can locate Sid for us? Melicity, what brings you to the ironworks? We have a commission for you and your president, actually. assuming he's available. Master said, certainly. I'll see if he has a moment free. A pleasure as always. I hear you have a job for us. Yes, I need you to help us sort out the talismans. Heading into the void to find a lost dragon. That sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if you could say anything that would surprise me after Meteon and that bloody mess. It's nice that we're scaling back a bit. Alright, let's take a look at this talisman of yours. You said there were signs of degradation. Yes. It seems a manner of corrosion has set in around a scratch on the surface. Much as the void's corruption seeped into Nero's through his wounds, in which case our best bet may be to simply prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place. And how might we achieve that? We have a coating agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but I would be wary of applying any component which might upset the scale's delicate alchemical balance. Far safer to dress it in armor. We're gonna armor the necklace. We'll construct a protective casing, one utilizing metal alloys with high ethereal conductivity, so as to not impede the talisman's primary function. A suit of armor, you said? Nero has compiled data on the 13th, so I'll have him pitch in with the design just to be sure. If only it weren't such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. I swear, I've never had such a reckless employee in any case. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars. Understandable. We know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will doubtlessly be worth the wait. The hard part will be ducking Jessie and her constant barrage of demands while we sneak about doing the fun stuff. We'll see what we can do. They're really lucky they have Jessie, otherwise his company would just go heads up eventually. I think we can leave the rest to Sid's capable hands. Let's return to the great work and see how Nidana is getting on with the mock Atomos. As I finish that ape, because I think I can't really describe it as well as you, could you either send me a text I should just read to explain what you're thinking about, or could you write it in just the chat? And then I will make the poll so people can, like, answer. I hope Nidana has good news for us. The insatiable curiosity of our alchemist has ever amazed me, though I've largely left them to their own devices since we opened the gate together. And I can read up what you write in the chat, no problem.
Hey Stola, the adjustments are going well, I hope?
Yes. Well, kind of.
It is a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
We found the people for it.
That's wonderful news. I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Alzadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components, and I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial Atomos. I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless, heedless even, in your determination?
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm. It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side. She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence. No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. But I am satrap now.
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
Nabdeen, what is this about?
I mean, they're here to serve and help you.
Celestinian told us of your predicament.
Aww.
For centuries you have protected Rads at Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people. Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire? We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people. We, the Radiant Host, will keep Thavnair safe in your absence.
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet...
Now you listen to me, Varshan! You are wearing that face, after all.
But you're going to be speaking to like a child.
As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister. We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
Stenian shows up with the children, I see.
Your Excellency, I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be together, safe and happy. And I hope that you and your sister can be together again too.
Estinian is pretty smart. To protect them well, you must take heart. Because I'm not going to ask him if he's going to wallow in uncertainty. That seems kind of harsh.
Take heart and protect them well. Such were the words I once said to you. And here I stand, failing to live up to them. If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither Ajdaya nor Radzatan.
You gotta do this.
My people, I have come to a decision. Vashan will depart Thavne for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Take care and fair fortune, little brother. Many tears would be shed should you come to harm.
He has such a unique relationship with his
I would
people.
not
It's
dare
really
make
sweet.
you cry.
This is extremely precious. I will not squander this chance you have given me. I will find Astaya. Convincing others to follow their heart is not my forte. I would have gladly let our more philosophical comrades take the lead, had they been here. More and more I see my colleagues shifting their efforts back to the pet projects. I hope that everyone on Thavnir is enjoying this long-awaited return to normalcy. It is good to see you safe. Let me know if you have any questions, and I'll gladly answer. Oh, let's not do that right now. We'll have the atoms built before you know it. When a project like this comes along, we give it our full and undivided attention. Sleep? Ah, who needs it? Oh, that reminds me, I really should finish that other project I was working on for His Excellency. You surprised me, Estinian. For a lone wolf, you've shown an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement. I'm helping Vitra reach his conclusion. It was for the greater good. The worm's thundering sighs were keeping his citizens awake at night, and had travelers believed the palace racked by some unnatural storm. Don't tease him. What of your own answer then? You seemed disinclined to venture into the void. When I was one with Nitok, his vengeance, the thoughts were my thoughts, his endless rage my rage, and the soul-chilling grief he nursed for Atoshkra's death. I will not wish such agony upon a foe, let alone a friend and ally. If there is a chance we can spare Vitra that pain, then I will follow you. That is an unusual crew we have here. Indeed, but perhaps for our purpose, I should think I would rather not bother the science with aught less than a dire threat to the star. Now, on to the specifics. Unlike the first, where the flood of light was halted before its devastation was completed, the 13th has been utterly subsumed by darkness. My plan is to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. It would be more convenient had we some manner of base camp nearer to the gate itself. One of the palace chambers should serve. Come, let us reconvene outside Megaduta. Alright. Forgot to talk to you. What? Someone needed to give that boy a good talking to. You don't suppose I'll be reprimanded, do you? I did just yell at the satrap. I think that's fine. I think the satrap understands and forgives you. So I think that's quite okay. let me see. There are 13 of you watching. I only got 2 answers to the poll, probably because I didn't announce it. I'm gonna put it up soon again, when we are more ready. Conducting our expedition out of the Rising Stones would raise just as many questions as recruiting too many scions. At least here in Rasatan, we might be expected to appear road-weary from our local exploration. I was put up in the guest room in the palace while I waited my audience with Vitra. I expect we'll be given the use of something similar. Let us see. And so, we will require suitable accommodations. Might we make something available to our guests? All of the chambers are presently hosting the great amount of treasure we carried out of the vault. Once the Foundation's activities begin in earnest, however, we can redistribute the trove and make a room or 2 ready for habitation. Good. Please inform me when you've completed the arrangement. As you hear, we will have you settled in Megaduta in due time. As ever, you're most gracious, Your Excellency. You risk yourself to aid me in search for Astaya. Providing comfortable quarter is the least I can do. I only wish we knew more about our destination. The gods only know how long our exploration might possibly take, or what our chances of success may possibly be. Succeed or fail, I'm grateful to you for convincing me to make the attempt. On that note, I will return to the great work and lend what help I can to Nidana. If you have preparation to make ere we venture into the 13th, now is the time. All I need is my armor and my lance. Perhaps I'll train with the Radiant Host to pass the time before we depart. You know what it means to me, Felicity, but my purpose need not consume you as well. We are headed to another world. Find what joy you can in the experience. For you are a traveler, an adventurer at heart. This I know. Oh, I turned like full evil smile there. Sometimes my character has the worst smile. And with that... determination, please. We are done for today. So, we're gonna move on to a little bit of chatting. And I'm gonna put up a poll, and I'm gonna explain what this whole poll is about. Oh, meanwhile in the 13th. First, we're gonna see this. The Black Knight is up to something. I think? No, that's something else. Is it Xenos? Because it has a scythe and like one of the hands is like messed up. But that still wouldn't make sense. Why? Maybe? What is that?
And thus I am returned. To this world, bereft of saviors.
That thing looks messed up. I don't like it. Okay, yeah. Okay. So, I'm gonna do the whole poll thing and I'm gonna explain what the poll is about. So, this is what Abe wrote. So, Melicity has done all the Shadowbringer role quests, except Kester's. if she gets to level 80 and stops at the last quest, would you guys like to see this on the stream? And you know what happens after. I don't know what happens after, but he is excited about something that happens after. I thought it would be good to do before the next patch stream. So, basically, it would mean I would finish leveling my summoner up to level 80, and then we can do the last quest together. And some quest line that I guess happens after you finish all of them. So I'm just gonna say, like, should we... I'm just gonna say, should we do that? I'm gonna put up a poll. It's gonna last for 2 minutes. The poll is up right now. Please answer the poll. I would like to get more answers than just 2. Because there's like 13 of you here. So do you want to see me do this final quest for the Shadowbringer leveling thing? Apparently it's something like mighty interesting. I'm obviously gonna end up doing it either way, but would you like to see me do it? That is kind of the thought. So we will see. Otherwise, this was a really good stream. It was nice to see something a little bit less upsetting. I do hope we find his sister and we can help him with all that stuff. And it's nice that we're going for something nice instead of just the world ending. Though, of course, there is some shady stuff going on the 13th that I'm very curious about. Both this Dark Knight and then we have the thrones, like the elemental thrones, which is quite curious. And then we have what looks like the Grim Reaper, something like that. I wouldn't mind like learning more about that thing as well. It's quite a bit. So we have a lot of possibilities. Oh, sorry. Oh, I insulted the cat. I patted her, woke her up, and she just walked away from me. She's just gone. Such is life. Having temperamental animals can be a bit of a pain sometimes. Yeah, I like this. I like Vitra as a character. And I like the connection he has with his people. Well, we got 5 yeses this time around. And not a single no, so this is just what we're gonna go with. If I take another look at the Grim Reaper thing, I might recognize where I've seen it before. And I get a 6th vote from Eerie. Thank you, Eerie. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna mix here. So, okay, next weekend, we're gonna do the raid. And then the weekend after, we will start with the that particular quest line. Before we get into the 6.2 patch. Now, it's quite late, because my streams are running extremely long these days. And I am really hungry, so I'm gonna go have dinner. Because, yeah, dinner is something I would like to have. I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. So, thank you so much for being here. I hope you had a lot of fun. Do remember to check out my channel if you want to see my lore stuff. And you can also find my VODs either here on Twitch or on my VOD channel. And if you want to help pick games for Fridays where we usually play horror games or sometimes something else, join the Discord. This will also be important when it comes to time for me to decide which Final Fantasy game I'm gonna play when the online game kind of slows down, when we've caught up with everything. So, make sure you join the Discord and pick the right roles and everything. But thank you so much for being here. I hope you have a lovely week and I will see you next time.